Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. Hope everybody's doing well. Today we begin our 100% playthrough of Ocarina of Time, where we try to save all of our friends from the evil that lurks in Hyrule. Also, I believe today is the 37th birthday of the original Legend of Zelda. So happy birthday to Zelda, and let's celebrate the birthday by playing Ocarina of Time. Please let me know how everything sounds. We'll watch this cutscene here. Opening cutscene. Zelda's looking good for 37. Zelda's older than me. I played this before, so this is probably the Zelda game that I have played the most. I think. It's probably between this and Link's Awakening, but I've probably played this more. Although, that being said, it has been a while since I have played it all the way through. Does it sound okay? Can you guys hear everything alright? I've beaten this game so much, I just played it on repeat on my 64, me too. So far so good, thanks Elf. Want to know a fun thing about this game? Sure. So thank you to Ness for redeeming the name. If you want to redeem the name for the game, you gotta get here early. Although I have seen this one done plenty. There we go. So thank you, Ness, for the redeem. Have they never got... Have never got they the opening room in this game? What? Am I getting the gold Skulltulas, or am I cheesing it? No, I will get 101 for fun. But I will get all genuinely 100, and I'll get an extra one just to show off. At least I'll try to. 20 bottles? No, I'm not doing bottle dupes. Epona as a side quest, apparently you never really need to get her. No. Nope, there's nowhere that she's actually required. Alright, let's get started. In the vast, deep forest of Hyrule, long have I served as the guardian spirit. I am known as the Deku Tree. Is that the Deku Tree? The children of the forest, the Kokiri, live here with me. Each Kokiri has his or her own guardian fairy. However, there is one boy who does not have a fairy. What a loser. Navi, Navi, where art thou? Come hither. O Navi the fairy, listen to my words, the words of the Deku Tree. Dost thou sense it, the climate of evil descending upon this realm? Malevolent forces even now are mustering to attack our land of Hyrule. For so long, the Kokiri Forest, the source of life, has stood as a barrier, deterring outsiders and maintaining the order of the world. But before this tremendous evil power, even my power is as nothing. It seems the time has come for the boy without a fairy to begin his journey. The youth whose destiny it is to lead Hyrule to the path of justice and truth. Navi, go now. Find our young friend and guide him to me. I do not have much time left. Fly, Navi, fly. The fate of the forest, nay, the world, depends upon thee. Here we go. Bottle dupes are awesome till you totally screw yourself. I think when I was a kid I attempted to get 999 Skulltulas before just getting exhausted and stopped at like 200. I don't think I've ever done 999. 2 spots you can do it? I only know of 1. In a grotto. In Hyrule Field. Hey Tom. And guide him, don't just scream, hey listen, for 30 plus hours. A Skulltula at the castle in a hidden room? Hello, my dude, wake up! The great Deku wants to talk to you. My dude, get up. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Hey, come on! Can Hyrule's destiny really depend on such a lazy boy? Probably. Who knows? The castle one is where I did it? I can't even think of what castle one you're speaking of. Oh, right next to where Talon sleeps? Right next to where Talon sleeps. Oh, the grotto down there, you mean? Where you have to open up the grotto? You finally woke up. I'm Navi, the fairy. The Great Deku Tree asked me to be your partner from now on. Nice to meet you. Okay. The Great Deku Tree has summoned you, so let's get going right now. You moron is pretty good. Alright, well, we don't have a typical N64 controller for this, so I'm probably going to have to get used to the controls a little bit. I know my C buttons are actually my right stick. I'll probably instinctively be trying to turn the camera with the stick instead. Kokiri Forest. Who are you? Leave me alone! Yahoo! Hi, my dude! So you want to see, like, probably the first speedrun tech I've ever learned? Caddy, thank you so much for Tier 3, 21 months. Thank you so much. That's probably the first speedrun thing I ever learned. Was that you can just avoid talking to Saria by just backflipping off your house. So you don't actually have to have the conversation with her. Because it automatically triggers. Wow, a fairy! Finally, a fairy came to you, my dude. Wow, that's great news. I'm so happy for you. Now you're a true Kokiri, my dude. Is that right? The Great Deku Tree has summoned you? It's quite an honor to talk to the Great Deku Tree. I'll wait for you here. Get going. Go see the Great Deku Tree. Okay, bye. I remember learning that too. Should have played the PC port. Thank you very much, Caddy. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the lurk and the good luck. Okay, I'll do that. It's unimportant to read. It's a little difficult to control. We got the Kokiri sword. It's a hidden treasure of the Kokiri, but you can borrow it for a while. Nailed it. I mean, yeah, it sounds just like the real song. Thank you, Caddy, for the 100 Macarena bits. Be sure to practice with it before you really fight. Oh, before I really fight. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead again. This control stick isn't the best. I'm actually not using the Switch Pro controller at the moment. I'm using an 8-bit Do controller. Did I already get that? Does it already count? Oh no, I have the jump sideways, blah 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 blah. Do I have to do... I thought I had to do backflip. Maybe I already got it when I was... How do I, First of all, I don't remember how to change the control scheme. How do you change it so that Z targeting is hold and not... and not lock? Does anybody know? Hey, Tech. How's it going? Is that an option? Yes, of course it's an option. Main menu. Might have to swap that. Let's see. How's it going today, Tech? Options, target type. Okay. Options. There we go. That's much better. Thank you, guys. Let's continue on. Didn't know that existed. It defines the pros from the noobs. Yeah, hold for real. Like, lock is terrible. Oh no, this control stick is a little wily. Unfortunately, I did not charge my Pro controller, so I'm kind of look at it. Look how much I swerve. So my Pro controller's it's currently charging, so hopefully maybe by like lunchtime I'll be able to switch controllers. Hey, welcome in, Arturus. Hopefully that is pronounced correctly. Hope you're doing well. Navi really wants to talk to me. I suppose for story's sake I should listen to Navi, right? The Great Deku has summoned you. Please come with me. Yeah, so before I did any of this, I was supposed to actually have gone to the Great Deku. And then basically that just progresses the story to say that, hey, you need to get a sword and shield. Hey, up here. Look at me with Z targeting. Okay, bye. So a lot of the conversations that you have in the beginning of the game is just people telling you how to use controls and things like that. So now I've got my sword and my shield. Oh my goodness. So this is where the Great Deku is, and if you were to go over here and try to get in, you're blocked off, so...
If you want to see the Great Deku you should at least equip a sword and shield.
And so that's how you find out.
What's that? Oh, you have a Deku shield? And what's that? Is that the Kakiri sword? Good grief. Well, even with all that stuff, a wimp is still a wimp, huh? I, the Great Mido, will never accept you as one of us. Shoot, how did you get to be the favorite of Sari and the Great Deku huh?
Alright, see you. Yo, welcome in, Deity KF. Hope it's going well. Is there a way to jump over him via glitch? Yes. Yes, there is. We're just doing a casual 100% playthrough. Funnily enough, Ocarina of Time is the very first game I ever learned any speedrun tech for, so... I do know some tricks, but I probably won't be doing many of them in this playthrough. Probably a couple here and there, but nothing crazy. Nothing that's going to break the sequence of what you're supposed to do. Casual, 100%? My favorite word. Alright. Let's see. It's gonna be a little strange using the the stick for the C buttons. It's kind of like the GameCube. Great Deku, I'm back. No sequence breaking, backflips will bottle out. Oh, Navi, thou hast returned. My dude, welcome. Listen carefully to what I, the Great Deku, am about to tell thee. Thy slumber these past moons must have been restless and full of nightmares. As the servants of evil gain strength, a vile climate pervades the land and causes nightmares to those sensitive to it. Verily thou hast felt it. My dude, the time has come to test thy courage. I have been cursed. I need you to break the curse with your wisdom and courage. Dost thou have courage enough to undertake this task? No, not really. Perhaps you do not yet have confidence in your abilities. Return to the Kokiri Forest to learn the skills of combat. When thou art ready, return here and speak with me by using Z. Oh. Well. GG's, guys. I don't know how far back I actually have to go. Pretty far back. Yeah, roll credits. Oh no, I'm getting destroyed by Deku Babos. I'm genuinely not sure what triggers him to, Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. Did I screw myself? Oh, okay. I have been cursed! Yes, I have the courage. Then enter, brave my dude, and thou too, Navi. Navi the fairy, thou must aid my dude. And my dude, when Navi speaks, use this thing to listen well to her words of wisdom. Make fun of this one. You guys go ahead, I'm sure I'll be fine. I'm 10. When I was 10, I stopped the moon from falling. True. True. That's next. Exclamation TT in chat to see the Triforce Tuesday incentive spreadsheet and our progress throughout the game so far. So Navi already wants to talk to me. I'm so used to not... Oh no, you're fine, deity. You're fine. Health's just joking. Deku Tree sounds really chill for someone who's cursed. I lost my train of thought. Don't remember what I was saying. Oh, Navi already wants to talk to me. I'm so used to playing this game without ever speaking to Navi. So I might forget the triggers, honestly. Ah! I have to check out the VOD for now to see for how to get out of the opening cutscene. I never could tell as a kid those were eye holes or his eyebrows. I believe they're supposed to be eyebrows. Hey Assemble, thank you for the good luck. Hope you're doing well today. Look at this wall. The vines growing on it give a rough surface. Maybe you can climb it, my dude. Maybe. But for now. Love Ocarina of Time, but hate the speedrun. It depends on the category of the speedrun. Dungeon map. You can open a door by standing in front of it and pressing A. Pay attention to what the action icon says. That's the blue icon at the top of the screen. Oh no. Ow, ow, ow. Forgive me, master. If I give you a clue, will you let me go? When you jump off a high cliff, if you hold forward, you will roll on the ground when you land and won't get hurt from the fall. I can't guarantee it will work, though, if the cliff is really, really high. Heh. Well, try it if you are feeling bold. Wahaha. Maybe I should check some other categories. All I've seen is weird glitch, weird glitch, weird glitch, suddenly end game. Yeah, I would look into more of, like, actual game completion. Navi has dementia. Might need to actually turn the brightness up a little bit. Ooh! Got a slingshot. If you want to shoot right away, first when you press C, hold down a little longer to get the seed ready. Yes, yes, yes. This is gonna be fun with the stick. Rear. Have I played this before? Yes. I have played every Zelda game ever. Yes, I need to turn up the brightness, I think, after this dungeon. Yeah, C-stick is definitely less than ideal. It's gonna take a little while to get used to. Played this as a teenager, but left out many others. If it's an 8-bit do, I wonder if you could remap the buttons using the 8-bit do software. Yeah, but I don't think that would really help much. Because I've only got so many. Played the GameCube version and used the GameCube controller. Me too. It's been a long time since I've done that, but I remember using the C stick for that. Can't believe the controllers are so unavailable. Nintendo made like 17 of them. How did they not realize this would be hugely popular? Good question. I stand by Navi being great in the game if you haven't played it before or haven't seen somebody play that using his guide. Navi really helps connect some dots that you might not connect naturally. Yeah, I agree. Navi is actually a really great companion. It's just the idea of playing it, you know, when it's not your first playthrough and constantly being bombarded. Alright, I guess I gotta kill you. Let's see how many attempts this takes me. It's controller. Oh, I totally forgot this existed. Oh no, I was too close. I'm trying to use the right stick to change the camera. That's not how that works. I like how they knew most people would play Ocarina before Majora. Tattle can sit there and sass you during enemy bios. Been dropping frames or is Wi-Fi crashed? Looks okay on my end. I don't know how it looks for everybody else. I have no clue where my N64 is, I'm not sure which my hardware I still have. We had my console games and controllers at a friend's place for a long time. Only got like half of it back. Not sure I still have the game. I'm sure I don't have the memory card. I forgot to show you guys. This has been chilling in my background. All the different N64 versions of Ocarina. I can show them off a little later on the big screen. Yeah, Tattle's one of my favorites. I've got two black N64s, one from an old roommate. And my wife bought me one into the relationship. I've got a fantastic purple one. Yeah, it's 100% playthrough tech, so we're gonna get all of them. Oh, there was a bunch of different colors. Health. I don't think I can backflip into this one. I'm gonna have to do something a little fancy. Not that. There we go. Hey, Lily. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Pikachu Edition N64. Oh, this control stick is wild. Oops, right in the water. Actually, how does... Forget how this... Is it like... Man, I forget how this works. I want to try something here. Shoot. What is it? It's like... That's not what I wanted to do. Oh man, I can't remember. There's a way you can store the fire on the stick, and I just cannot remember what it is. I can't remember. It's been so long since I've done this stuff. Hey, Corey. Thanks so much, man. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. The purple see-through, that's the one I have, Tech. Oh yeah, the cheeks on the N64, it's so cute. Gameplay looks over 240p, so I'm guessing it's not on original hardware. I don't play anything on original hardware because I don't have the room for it, really. So I'm playing it on the Switch, thanks to Gecko. Ow. Please forgive me, Master. I'll never do it again if you spare me. I'll teach you something cool. You will never be able to beat my brothers up ahead unless you punish them in the proper order. The order is 2, 3, 1. 23 is number 1. Do you think I'm a traitor? Yes. That's valid. Yeah, I don't have the room. I own most of the hardware and stuff, but I just don't have the room and equipment to be able to do it. Oh, be quiet. You can dive. Like right here. Oh, actually, I didn't pay attention to... Shoot. I didn't pay attention to the platform. Ooh, got lucky. Oh gosh, stand next to this block and grab hold of it with A. While holding A, you can push or pull it. If you stand next to the block and press A while pressing the control stick towards the block, you can climb on top of it. Pay attention to what the action button says. Yep. Thanks, Navi. If I was a Deku Scrub, I'd never leave the flower. Safer that way. True. I didn't know the Skulltula's head was in the skull's mouth. I didn't know that the Skulltula's head was in the skull's mouth? I don't think I understand. Oh gosh. Get down here. The red eyes. When you see a Skulltula, it looks like a skull, but the actual head of the spider is the mouth of the skull. Oh, yes. I got you. Back in this room. Man, I don't remember how to store fire. I wish I remembered that. Oh gosh. I'm gonna be doing that a lot by accident. Get up there, Link. I didn't realize because the last time I played this game was on real hardware on a 16-inch CRT, so I'm surprised I saw anything. Oh, from the little spiders. Deku notes are extremely useful. I pretty much never use them. So this is where that 23 is number 1 stuff comes in handy. 2. 3. And 1. How did you know our secret? How irritating. It's so annoying that I'm going to reveal the secret of Queen Goma to you. In order to administer the coup de grace to Queen Goma, strike with your sword while she's stunned. Oh, Queenie, sorry about that. This is going to be a lot harder on this controller. This fight is quite easy and quite quick if you know what you're doing, and I do, however, with the controller, this might be a little more difficult to get first try. Secret exposed. 23 was #1 in the NBA for a long time. Still play this game on a little 16-inch CRT. At least the GameCube, it was set to XYZ. Uh-oh. Oh, what's that? I can't see anything. I'm gonna have to turn the brightness up. Hello? Hi there. Let's see if I can do this. I probably will not be able to. Nope, I missed. Oh, come on. Oh, get back here. Oh, man. It's not going well so far. Oh my goodness. There we go. That didn't go very well. It's a Goma. Biggest crab I ever caught. We got the first heart container, hooray! Well done, my dude. Thou hast fairly demonstrated thy courage. I knew that thou wouldst be able to carry out my wishes. Now I have more to tell ye. Wouldst thou listen? No. No, my dude, thou must know my time is short. Now listen. Carefully, a wicked man of the desert cast this dreadful curse upon me. This evil man ceaselessly uses his vile sorceress powers in his search for the sacred realm that is connected to Hyrule. For it is in a sacred realm that one will find the divine relic, the Triforce, which contains the essence of the gods. Ooh. Before time began, before spirits... Oh no, I messed up. 3 golden goddesses descended upon the chaos that was Hyrule. I'm no longer reading in Deku's voice, it would take me forever. Din, the goddess of power. Nehru, the goddess of wisdom. Farore, the goddess of courage. The Powerpuff Girls. With a strong flaming arms, Din created the desert ground. Nehru poured her wisdom on the earth and gave the spirit of law to the world. Furor, with her rich soul, produced all life forms that who would uphold the law. It's Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup. The three great goddesses and their labors. Oh no! And the golden sacred triangles remained at the point where the goddesses left the world. Since then, the sacred triangles have become the basis of our world's providence. And the resting place of the triangles has become the sacred realm. Neat. Neat. Thou must never allow the desert man in black armor to lay his hands on the sacred Triforce. Thou must never suffer that man with his evil heart to enter the sacred realm of legend. That evil man who cast the death curse upon me and sapped my power. Sapped because you're a tree. Because of that curse, my end is nigh. Though your valiant efforts to break the curse were successful, I was doomed before you started. Yes, I will pass away soon, but do not grieve for me. I've been able to tell you of these important matters. This is Hyrule's final hope. My dude, go now to Hyrule Castle. There thou will surely meet the Princess of Destiny. Take this stone with you, the stone that man wanted so much that he cast the curse on me. Ooh, free stone. Got a kidney stone. Thanks, tree. We did it. You got the Kokiri's Emerald. This is the spiritual stone of the forest, now entrusted to you by the great Deku Tree, who, future depends upon thee, my dude. Thou art courageous. Navi the fairy, help my dude to carry out my will. I entreat thee, Navi. Goodbye. And then he dies. Don't be mad, but the stuff you did in there, that doesn't matter, but thank you. Let's go to Hyrule Castle, my dude. What's up, Mega? How are you? I thought we were verging into Valley Girl for a second. Oh no, sorry, however you want to pronounce her name. She's already a Valley Girl. Goodbye, great Deku Tree. Zelda will probably be a Valley Girl as well, but with a higher pitched voice than Saria. What do you guys say? Do you say Saria, or do you say something different? Oh no, not you again.
Hey, my dude, what did you do? The great Deku Tree, did he die? How could you do a thing like that? It's all your fault.
Oh no. Saria? When I was a kid, I always said Saria. And then eventually I changed to Saria, but I'm not always consistent with it, you know? Where's the accent deity? Is it on the Re? Or on the Sa? Coming back from a long weekend should have been even longer. Oh, Navi wants to talk to me. Of course she does. I'll talk to her for you guys. The great Deku Tree wanted us to go visit the princess at the Hyrule Castle. At the Hyrule Castle. Shouldn't we get going? What do you think I'm doing? I'm literally walking towards the other side of the woods. On the Sa. Forest folk shall not leave these woods. Well, guess what? Hello? Oh, you're leaving. Oh, wait.
Oh, you're leaving.
I remember you. Oh, I need to turn up my brightness. I knew that you would leave the forest someday, my dude. Because you're different from me and my friends. But that's okay, because we'll be friends forever, won't we? I want you to have this ocarina. Please take good care of it. Okay. Link is like, what the hell am I looking at right now? You received the fairy ocarina. This is a memento from Saria, whatever you guys say. Set it to sea. Yes, yes, yes. Yep. I understand. Why did she appear out of nowhere like a ninja? Because she is a ninja. When you play my ocarina, I hope you'll think of me and come back to the forest to visit and stuff. Okay, bye. Why are you being weird? What a freak. Are all the sages going to be Valley Girls because Valley Girl Darunia? I mean, we can if you want them to be. Nice cutscene of Hyrule Field. I am going to change the brightness settings because it was actually very difficult to see, and my head is killing me. You know the reason it took my dude so long to get a fairy? Kokiris have magical powers. Link only knows how to play the trumpet. This would be an issue. Oh wait, how do you... It says check brightness. I can't do anything with that? I just have to deal with it? Deal with not being able to see anything? Huh. I thought I could increase it. Yeah, my monitor's up as high as it'll go, I believe. Brightness. Yes, it is all the way up, and I still can't see. Well, that's not gonna be fun. Alright, well. Let's go see Zoraldo. A system level thing on the Switch? I have no idea. I don't know if saving kind of screwed things up here. I guess we'll find out. Oh, there we go. Okay. Hoot hoot! My dude, look up here! It appears that the time has finally come for you to start your adventure. You will encounter many hardships ahead. That is your fate. Don't feel discouraged. Even during the toughest times, go straight this way, and you will see Hyrule Castle. You will meet a princess there. If you are lost and don't know which way to go, look at the map. The areas you have explored should be shown on the map. Press start. I don't know, he's turning Irish now to enter the subscreen. I guess he's Irish. On the map subscreen, you will also see a flashing dot showing you which way you should go next. Did you get all that? Alright then. I'll see you around. Hoot hoot hoot. Kepora Gebora is now Irish. I don't know why. His voice will most likely be ever-changing. What are you doing, Link? What are you doing, Link? Turn around. Be quiet, Navi. I'm busy. Turn Link? Oh my goodness. You dunce. Does B Hell J work in this? Whew, just made it. Hello, mister. Welcome to Hyrule Castle Town. It's a peaceful, prosperous town. Thanks, bro. I don't know where I'm going. Just need to know where I've been. Al's one of the most disliked characters, I think, because he talks too much. You spam click past it and you say no. Yeah, and then he just repeats everything. Exactly. Rupees. Should be a 5 up here. No 5? Lame. No, stop. I don't want to do that. Eventually, Kapoor is just going to sound like Scrooge McDuck. What's up, Pickle? You having fun? I'd be less mad if they didn't eat my Tootsie Pops. Man, I'm so bored. Things would sure be something. Oh no. I'm not. It's just tutorial stuff. Scrooge, please. This looks good. What's going on? Hey, let go. It's mine. I found it first. It's been so long since I've talked to anybody in the town. Huff huff. I'm late. I'm late for a very important date. It's the Alice in Wonderland reference. Wahaha, that crazy guy. Can you believe this guy was crazy enough to try to sneak into the castle to see Princess Zelda? All because of this idiot. They've tightened security at the castle. Wahaha. And you? The idiot? I wanted to see Princess Zelda. I avoided the guards. Swam through the moat. I was almost there when they caught me. I found a small drain hole on the right side of the castle that I could sneak into, but I got stuck there. Ring ding ding a ding. This beard is my pride and joy. Doesn't it look luxuriant, kid? It's me. Scooby-Doo. Yeah, well, he's not Sakon until a different game. Spent so much time in that building, just collecting rupees. Why did a grown man want to seal a child princess? It's kind of a good question. Why don't you take a seat right over there? I'm Chris Hansen. I heard a rumor that there is a monster that eats Hylian shields somewhere in the world. Have you ever seen it? I ain't buying your overpriced crap. Scooby-Diddy. This is Honey and Darling. Oh, you're so handsome, just like the King of Hyrule. Shut up. My precious puppy can run faster than any of the other mutts around here. Kid, have you been to Lon Lon Ranch? Their milk is delicious. There are many horses there, and the young daughter of the ranch owner is cute. To get to Lon Lon Ranch, after you leave town, head due south across the field, and you should visit the ranch at least once. Is this the daughter? I wonder if this is the daughter of the ranch. Hello, daughter of the ranch. Hey, your clothes, they're different. You're not from around here, are you? Oh, you're a fairy boy from the forest. Don't call me names. My name is Malin. My dad owns Lon Lon Ranch. Dad went to the castle to deliver some milk, and he hasn't come back yet. Oh no, your dad died. I'm not dancing, you know. My back itches. Ooh, ah, ooh. Hey, Forest Boy, this is the city of Hyrule. Take your time and enjoy the sights. Oh gosh, he said some other stuff, but not that important.
I made a lot of money. Maybe I should go look for more things to sell. I know I should go to Lake Hylia. Many things float down the river and end up there. Haha.
F for dad, yeah. I can't believe the number of NPCs that aren't named in this game that I have names for in my head because of Majora's Mask. Yeah, I agree. Do you know about the Temple of Time that we have here in the northeast part of town? Legends say stuff. Did you know? Come on, can't you make it any cheaper? Navi, you're getting on my last nerve. What's up, dude? They say we Hylians have big ears in order to hear voices of the gods, but I've never heard them. Well, maybe you're just a tool. You ever think of that? Malin, I met your much cooler twin, Marin. Malin and Marin do look a lot alike. Yes, they do. Treasure chest contest. Navi will not shut up. Back alley, hello.
Hey, Sonny, I'll tell you something helpful. I heard there's a mysterious fountain somewhere near the castle.
A mysterious fountain, you say? Whatever should I do? Strange, this door doesn't open. This one does. Incredible to think that a game from '98 would look more lively and realistically populated town than anything in Skyrim, a game from 13 years later. Is that right? I've never played Skyrim, so I am unaware. Cremia is a grown-up Malin. Hello, sir. It seems strange that packs of dogs roam our streets at night. Doesn't that seem weird to you? Not really. I've played this game before. Hey, what? What's wrong with loitering around all day? Huh, kid? Okay, I'm sorry. This door doesn't open either. I guess I can show you guys quickly the Temple of Time. Here are a bunch of gossip stones. So these little things tell you stuff, but you have to know how to be told. But apparently the time is 5:37 p.m. In vanilla, at least Skyrim towns are really barren. Whiterun is supposed to be the trade capital of the region, but it's like 15 people walking around aimlessly all day. So this is the old Temple of Time, and I have mentioned that I learned to speedrun a lot of different things within this game when I was younger, and actually there's a trick here called the Door of Time Skip. So this door does not open until later, which you guys will see, but there's a way to skip it that's quite precise, and I don't exactly remember how to do it. I won't be showing it off, but you have to line up a specific way, and then I don't know. It's pretty wild. But it's been a very, very long time. That's not even used anymore in speedrun tech. That's long gone. But here's the wonderful Temple of Time. I know one gossip stone says real players use hold mode. Yes, that's the reference I was making earlier on. I can show off the Happy Mask shop, which is nothing currently. What a strange shop. I wonder when it'll be open for business. I read the sign there, but it still seems weird. Oh no. Thanks, Pickle. Alright, I wonder how many tries this is gonna take us. What's up, buddy? Do you want to play a game? It's 20 rupees per play. Had ads when I was doing option stuff, no worries. So I have to hopefully do this first try. But I'm not sure about this with this controller. Thank you for the follow, whoever that might be. I appreciate it. First try. Wonderful, bravo, here's a fantastic present. First try. Who is this guy? Easy game. We already got the seed satchel upgrade. Oh, thank you so much, Deity. I appreciate that. Yes, Malin is the original. This game is so easy on OG hardware, but some of the re-releases can make it tricky. Yeah, that's the thing. Using different controller layouts, different controller types, can make it quite difficult to just do things that you're used to. Excuse me. The little girl just ran right into me. What's that? Tyrell Castle. Hey, buddy. Hey, my dude, this way. I already don't remember the voice I was giving him. The princess is inside the castle just ahead. Be careful not to get caught by the guards. Hoo hoo hoo. On this ground, time flows normally, but time stands still while you're not on ranch or in a town. If you want time to pass normally, you'll need to leave town. Well, well, which way are you going to go now? Hoo hoo hoo. You want to hear what I said again? No. Ooh, you are a smart kid. Good luck then. Hoo hoo. Oh yeah, he was Irish for whatever reason. I told you his voice is 100% just going to be ever changing. Doo-ga-doo-ga-doo. Please repeat. That's a nice sunset. Hey, what are you doing out here? Are you going to the castle, fairy boy? Would you mind finding my dad?
My dad.
He must have fallen asleep somewhere around the castle. What a thing for an adult to do, teehee. Oh yeah, if you look for him, I'll give you this. I've been incubating this egg very carefully, teehee. Got a weird egg. Hangkora Hillbora. Okay, that one I'll remember. If we stick to that. Let's go ahead and equip Mr. Egg. Link. Don't test my patience, Link. Link! Move over to the right. Thank you. Fairy boy is definitely a slur. Malin's going to be cancelled. Oh wow, a chicken hatched. Okay, wake up, idiot. Zzz. Mumble, mumble. Welcome to our ranch. Come and look around. Wake up! What in tarnation? Can't a person get a little shut-eye around here? Hello, and who might you be? Yep, I'm Talon, the owner of Lon Lon Ranch. I went to the castle to deliver some milk, but I sat down here to rest, and I guess I fell asleep. What? Malin was looking for me. I'm gonna catch it from her now. I messed up bad leaving Malin behind away from me. She's really gonna let me have it. Okay, if you say so. Not giving Mario a Mario voice? Well, he has really long arms like a gorilla. I could be mistaken, but can't you also bribe the gate guy to let you in? Oh gosh, I don't remember if that's a thing or not. I need to work on my Chris Pratt. Oh, I didn't take out my sword. Oh, what a waste. I should have just pushed the blocks. So you can actually cheat this. That's what I'm trying to do, just save a little bit of time here. Like that. There you go. That's how you cheat it. That's how you don't have to bring both blocks over and set them down into the water. No! Oh, really? Oh, already? I thought I was in the clear. How did he get me that far away? See, now the blocks have fixed themselves. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. I'm just gonna have to wait here. I don't trust myself. Alright, I guess I should have just gone for it. It's been a long time since I've done this. You can just kind of go straight through. If you're quick enough and you have the right controls. My hatred for stealth action started. See ya. First try. Never mind, looked it up. He will take a bribe, but you have to have gotten caught at least once already. Interesting, okay. In my first playthrough, I got here at night. Stealth was impossible. Who's that? Who's that? Oh, I wonder where you find the princess in this big old castle. Yeah, I don't know, Navi. Maybe it's that girl over there. What do you think? Luigi. I remember discovering these, I went mental. The chicken guy? Yeah, it's the chicken guy. At night they have like 4 guards in the entrance area. And there's Yoshi. But what if... Oh my god! Hey you, don't cause any trouble! And then he throws a bomb at you. Yeah. If you didn't know that. Oh, that's retro. I didn't read your comment. How many secrets are there in this game? I'll show you probably most of them, hopefully. I wish enemies threw bombs at you. Hey, what's up? What's up? What you doing? Who's in there? Is Mario in there? Do you know Malin? Hey. I have a chicken. Hey Zelda, you wanna see my cock? Oh no.
Who? Who are you? How did you get past the guards? Oh, what's that? Is that a fairy? Then are you from the forest? Then you wouldn't happen to have the spiritual stone of the forest, would you? That green and shining stone? Do you have it?
Nah.
Well, that's odd. I thought you might be the one from my dream. Really don't have it? Tell me the truth. Do you have it?
Okay, I've got it.
Just as I thought. I had a dream. In the dream, dark storm clouds were billowing over the land of Hyrule. But suddenly a ray of light shot
A ray of light like Madonna?
out of the forest, parted the clouds, and lit up the ground. The light turned into a figure holding a green and shining stone, followed by a fairy.
Thank you, Ness.
I know this is a prophecy that someone would come from the forest. Yes, I thought you might be the one. Oh, I'm sorry. I got carried away with my story and didn't even properly introduce myself. I am Zelda, Princess of Hyrule. What is your name? My dude. Strange, it sounds somehow familiar. Okay then, my dude. I'm gonna tell you the secret of the sacred realm that has been passed down by the royal family of Hyrule. Please keep this a secret from everyone.
She said it. It's a secret to everybody. No.
Come on, don't be a blabbermouth. Please keep it a secret from everyone.
Would have been funnier if she called the guards.
The legend goes like this.
Okay, I'm not reading the legend in her voice. I hate to say it. We're just gonna read the legend. We're just gonna narrate the legend. The three goddesses hid the Triforce containing the power of the gods somewhere in Hyrule. Yeah, the illusion of choice. The power to grant the wish of the one who holds the Triforce in his hands. If someone with a righteous heart makes a wish, it will lead Hyrule to a golden age of prosperity. Ooh, cool. If someone with an evil mind has his wish granted, the world will be consumed by evil. That is what has been told. Neat. So the ancient sages built the Temple of Time to protect the Triforce from the evil ones.
That's right. The Temple of Time is the entrance through which you can enter the sacred realm from our world. But the entrance is sealed with a stone wall called the Door of Time. And in order to open the door, it is said that you need to collect 3 spiritual stones. And another thing you need is the treasure that the royal family keeps along with the legend. The Ocarina of Time! Did you understand well the story that I just told you?
I'm saying yes.
That's great! I forgot to tell you. I was spying through this window just now. The other element from my dream, the dark clouds, I believe they symbolize that man in there. Will you look through the window at him?
Nah.
Please! if you don't hurry, he'll be gone.
There he is.
Can you see the man with the evil eyes? That is Ganondorf, the leader of the Garudas. They hail from the desert far to the west. Though he swears allegiance to my father, I'm sure he is not sincere. The dark clouds that covered Hyrule in my dream, they must symbolize that man.
How do you know? How do you know that? Alright, Retro. Thank you for the good luck. Enjoy lunch.
What happened? Did he see you? Don't worry. He doesn't have any idea what we're planning yet.
We're planning something? I didn't know we were planning something.
Yes. I told my father about my dream. However, he did believe it was a prophecy. But I couldn't sense the man's evil intentions. What Ganondorf is after must be nothing less than the Triforce of the Sacred Realm. He must have come to Hyrule to do it.
Just getting super whiny.
And he wants to conquer Hyrule. No, the entire world. My dude. Now we are the only ones who can protect Hyrule. Please.
I don't believe you.
Please believe me. My prophecies have never been wrong.
How should I know that?
Please.
Okay.
Thank you. I am afraid. I have a feeling that man is going to destroy Hyrule. He has such terrifying power. But it's fortunate that you have come. We must not let Ganondorf get the Triforce. I will protect the Ocarina of Time with all my power. He shall not have it. You go find the other 2 spiritual stones. Okay? Goodbye. Let's get the Triforce before Ganondorf does and then defeat him. One more thing. Take this letter. I'm sure it will be helpful to you.
How do you know? How do you know this letter will be helpful to me? You received Zelda's letter. Wow. This letter has Princess Zelda's autograph. And then a bunch of BS. Alright. We have our quest. We have to go find 2 spiritual stones. Well, I know I missed some chat here. The greatest power is 3 Doritos. I wish that everyone would park so that they take up 2 or more parking spaces. No, the world has been consumed by evil. Zelda's been a bit judgmental. Cancelled. The only male Garuda to share the name with Ganon. I would suspect him also. Zelda's definitely getting cancelled at this rate. You can't tell people, you just sense their evil intentions. She took the rooster and gave me fan mail. I wanted her to autograph it on a banana. Alright, let's go, Link. Oh god, who are you? Where did you come from? Are you here to assassinate me? We fight. Come at me. Oh. I'm Fashoka Impo Podig. I am Impa of the Sheikahs. I am responsible for protecting Princess Zelda. Everything is exactly as the princess foretold. How do you know? Nice bicycle shorts, Grandma. You are a courageous boy. You are heading out on a big new adventure, aren't you? That sounds so condescending. Oh, you're such a courageous boy. You're heading out on a big new adventure, aren't you? My role in the princess's dream was to teach a melody to the one from the forest. This is an ancient melody passed down by royal family. I have played this song for Princess Zelda as a lullaby ever since she was a baby. Yeah, the opposite. There's mysterious power in these notes. Now listen carefully. Oh, this is gonna be fun with the C-stick. Nailed it, first try. I even polka? You've learned Zelda's lullaby. If the castle soldiers find you, there will be trouble. Let me lead you out of the castle. I mean, they found me like 6 times, and I just came back in. I mean, really, they only found me twice. You brave lad. We must protect this beautiful land of Hyrule. Take a good look at that mountain. It's very flat, 2-dimensional looking. That is Death Mountain, home of the Gorons. They hold the spiritual stone of fire. Oh, she talked about the spiritual stones. Maybe that's where we have to go. At the foot of Death Mountain, you will find my village, Kakariko. That is where I was born and raised. You should talk to some of the villagers there before you go up Death Mountain. Alright. The song I just taught you has some mysterious power. Only royal family members are allowed to learn this song. Remember, it will help to prove your connection with the royal family. The princess is waiting for you to return to the castle with the stones. Alright. We're counting on you. Alright. Bah! And now she's gone. Leak Spinning Girl song? What is that? It's an older meme. There exists no female Gorons. Yeah, excuse me, why is this mountain named Death? Should I be worried? There's plenty to do here. Excuse me. Hey, what's up? Ding dong, I'm a clock soldier of Kakariko. The current time is 2:46. Hello there, son. Zelda's attendant, the great Impa, opened this village to the common people. We have only a small population now, but someday this place will be as lively as Hyrule Castletown. Oh yes, it will. Climb up the stairs at the north end of the village to find the trail that leads up Death Mountain. But you need the king's permission to actually go up the mountain. Oh no, not the king's permission. I never talked to the king. Here, cheeky. Go that way. Thank you for the big stretch. Yo, what's up, Storm? Thank you, I appreciate that. I only know of the Ivan Polka because of that weird Hatsune Miku thing. You guys are talking way over my head. Let's just talk to this guy for fun. I am the boss of the carpenters that Impa hired to improve this village and make it into a true city. But young men these days don't have any ambition. Do you know what I mean, kid? Quite. My workers are just running aimlessly around the village and not making any progress at all. Even my own son doesn't have a job, and he just wanders around all day. They're all worthless, I tell you. Okay, sorry. Bet I'll know the song if I hear it. I bet I wouldn't. Go that way. Go that way. Go that way. Says the man screaming at a tree. Here, chicky, 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 chicky. Where do you need to jump from? I thought it was just from there. Here we go. Go that way. Follow me. All chickies. I'm gonna put you in a little playpen. Reason why I'm doing this. I'm still missing some of my cuckoos. Please round up 5 more. So if you talked to her before I did that, she'd be like, oh no, all my cuckoos ran away. So that's why I'm doing this. Get over here. Where are you going? Yes, go that way. Can you imagine living near the Mount Apocalypse or something? Attack the chickens, it's a great idea. Oh no. No, get down. What's up, Ethan? How's it going? If you attack the chickens, go in first person, look straight up, they don't get you. Hope you're doing well, Ethan, good to see you. Non-breakfast foods that are good for breakfast. I don't know, man. I don't really ever eat breakfast. Unless it's breakfast food. And at that point, it's usually lunchtime. Just chilling before yoga. Pizza. Get over here, chicken. Yay, thank you for finding my cuckoos. I have allergies, so I get goosebumps when I touch them. That's not an allergy. For helping me, I will give this to you. It's a fine glass, it should be useful. Please take good care of it. Ooh, free bottle. Hey, Denim. Good to see you, hope you're doing well. Nothing like leftover pizza the day after you had it as a meal. Yeah, but for breakfast? Well, I don't really ever eat breakfast, so... I don't know. Doesn't really appeal to me. Cold day after pizza with an energy drink? I don't think I like cold pizza very much. Started making some tomatoes provencale last night. I didn't actually cook them for reasons, so I baked them up this morning and they were quite nice. Think of all the liquids you can keep in that bottle. You can catch bugs in this game? Yes. You have to for 100%. It is, required. I don't really separate things by time. I know what people mean by breakfast foods and dinner foods. But I'd just as easily give you a bowl of cereal at dinner time. I mean, I would too, but not really the other way around. Doink. Nope, not what I wanted to do. At least has one weird paradox going for it. Yes, it does. We will get there eventually. Heart-pounding grave digging tour from 6 to 9. Nice. In the style of Province. I didn't bother with looking at how to type that character. I don't blame you. I've just not heard of it. Hey, kid. Little kids can't go on the heart-pounding grave digging tour described on the sign. Since I can't do that, I'm just imitating Dompe the Gravekeeper all day. But with my cute face, I'm not heart-pounding at all, am I? Ooh. What's this? Royal Family's Doom. Hey, we got something from the Royal Family. It's gonna be so hard to deal with. I'll have fish tacos for breakfast and waffles for supper. As long as there's food when I'm hungry, I don't much care. Introduce his face to your S word and it will be damp quality. You think Mido won't let you go by without a shield because he's trying to improve business for the shop? Yeah, maybe it's all, maybe they're all in cahoots. I just have cereal most days or buttered crumpets, except on weekends when I like to do fried breakfast eggs, veggie sausage, facon, mushrooms. I eat very few foods, so I don't know much. What's up, Rube? Hey, Macarena. How you doing? Oh, I already have it. Night night. Oh, fake bacon. Got it. Skibidi-bidi-bidi-boo. How was, did you do all 5 last night? How was that? Oh no, what is this crap? Spooky. Look how spooky this is. This poem is dedicated to the memory of the dearly departed members of the royal family. The rising sun will eventually set, a newborn's life will fade. From sun to moon, moon to sun, give peaceful rest to the living dead. This is an interesting poem, huh? Something is inscribed on the tombstone. It's the secret melody of the composer brothers. Thus keep the sun song in your heart. Boo boo boo, boo boo boo, boo boo boo. Tomatoes hollowed out and stuffed with pureed basil, parsley, thyme, breadcrumbs, and olive oil, then baked till they're soft and gooey, so fresh and delicious. I don't like tomatoes, so I'm sure it was very good, but definitely not something I would eat. You've learned the sun song. When I make pizza, I use pepperoni. I like that. I haven't heard that term. I've heard fagin, but seeing it spelled out is a little different. Restless souls wander where they don't belong. Bring them calm with the sun song. I am going to take a very short bathroom break. Hang tight one moment. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, and thank you for the water break. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the lurk, Ness. All 5 no baby flyers. Oh yeah, you were doing no flight. How did it go, Rupert? This is my favorite Macarena game. What's up, Sven? How are you doing today? I grew up with a lot of food insecurity, so I've never been too picky. No, leave me alone. I think it's this one. 4th? Yes. I can't see anything, man. Thank you for the lurk, Denim. That game hit me way too hard. Not the game itself, but there is a bonus. Best friend plank bumper? That hit me hard too, so much nostalgia. Um... My best friend plank? I'm unfamiliar with what you guys are talking about. Is it, not in the right place? Oh, a music video based on Ed, Edd and Eddy? There we go. Yeah, I know Plank. For Johnny's best friend. First piece of heart. Gosh, I cannot see. I think it's this. Oh, I should do a prediction. If anybody is here. And wants to do a prediction. You got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to get your Johns in. Computer, hello. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you're doing well. So this is a free shield. You can pay, I think, 80 rupees. If you get a discount, you can do it for 50 rupees. But you can just get one for free. Get your Johns in, guys, before I go back up. Didn't know about this as a kid. I guess there is. I guess if I screwed up, it could be more. is the prediction. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we'll go back out now. Thank you for the lurk. Good luck at work. And now we get to... I cannot see. This is going to be a problem. Because I can't see the soil at all. I have to go by sound. Alright, this is try 1. I'm Dampy the Gravekeeper. My face may be scary, but I'm not a bad guy. Let me give you an advertisement for my side business. Dampy the Gravekeeper's Heart-Pounding Grave Digging Tour. What's gonna come out? What's gonna come out? When I start digging, we'll find out. Do you want me to dig here? Yes. Okay, I got a rupee. I cannot see anything, and I'm going based off of sound. So this might be a little difficult. Oh, this is gonna be really, really hard. Like, is this... I don't even know if this is a spot or not. Nothing here. 2. Bruh, I cannot tell anything. This sucks. Does anybody know how to turn up brightness at all? Is that a thing that I can do? This is 3. There's a lot of parts of the game that are actually quite dark, so this is going to make for a very difficult time. 4. Am I winning? I have no idea. I can't see anything, man! Ocarina of Time is very dark. If you're playing on original hardware, there's not much you can do. No, I'm using the Switch, and it has a brightness thing, but I can't access it, and I don't know how. That's 5. Because I can't see anything. Like, everything is literally black, except for Dampé and Link. I can't see the ground at all. I can't see the background. Was that 7? 6? 7? No, I'm just playing on a computer monitor. It's just... When the game you want to adjust brightness for, press the home button to return to the home screen. Locate system settings. Scroll down to display. Oh wait, screen brightness. Screen brightness cannot be set while connected to a TV? So I'm stuck. Unless I take it out of the dock, in which case that doesn't help me because I'm not playing with it not docked. I don't know. I think that was, what is that, 8? I already lost count. Oh no. Most likely I did something incorrect. Well, we're screwed. I cannot see anything. At all. This is awful. Is it? It's actually, it looks slightly better on the... what do you call it? I can see a lot more when I'm looking at my stream preview. Oh yeah, I can actually see the path now. Well, I think I'm gonna have to kill the prediction because we have to go collect more rupees and try it all over again. I couldn't see a dang thing, so we'll have to just try this again. Sorry, guys. God, it is very difficult to see anything at nighttime, so this is going to be great. We're actually going to cheat a little bit here. Show you guys a little trick. You're not supposed to be able to get up here until you're an adult. But, I'm gonna get up here for fun. And get an early heart piece. Because I can. I'm trying to think of a decent place to farm rupees from. I'm calling the police. Those guys each do the work of half a man, but they still want a full man's portion. They're lazy slackers, I tell you. Nice teeth. Hi, boy. It's the first time you visited this village? A great woman Impa opened up the village to us poor folk. Well, make yourself at home. The food isn't ready yet, though. I'm starving. Isn't dinner ready yet? I'm starving. Let's eat dinner right now. Look at this kid. My beautiful smooth hands are all worn out from working. Sob, sob. Bitch rupee? I know one place that's a walk and a half. Yeah, I just meant within the area. I was just trying to think. I could just go in and out of the graveyard a bunch. It's not gonna net me many rupees, but might just have to bite the bullet and do that. Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Might just have to keep doing this over and over. Or not. Thanks for the very generous portion of rupees. I can get 4 tries with this. I need a lot more than this. Need a way that's daytime. I mean, I could always come back. I mean, I've got 5 tries here. I need to see if I can actually see the path. Oh, gosh. I'm gonna have to play off the stream preview, I think. Oh, if you do the chickens, it's another 50 rupees, really? Gosh, even that's so difficult to see. But I can see it way better than before. Like, am I in the... Oh, wow, that's a world of difference. I have to move this closer to me so I can actually look at it. Brightness. Just have to hope for good luck now. At least I can see. This makes a world of difference. Couple more tries. I need RNG blessing. You guys didn't bless the RNG. I only got a rupee. Come on, Dompe. I wasn't sure how to bless. Oh no! I need either rupees or harpies here. Otherwise we're doing it all over. What's up, Rockor? Good luck with the game with good music. Thank you for the good luck. Hope you're enjoying this music right now. Come on. Heart piece or rupees. Oh, the last try. Holy. Alright, we got what we needed. And I still can't see anything on my monitor. Better than the music in Equinox? I don't know what that is. No! What are you doing, Link? Stop being annoying. When I used to play this as a kid, I'd have brightness cranked on my TV. My brightness is 100% on my monitor. I still can't see anything. It stinks. But I got what I needed. Hopefully this won't be too much of a problem. The game itself is quite dark, and there's going to be a lot of places where I think it might cause an issue, but I guess only one way to find out. Good for you that you don't know that game. Never heard of it. So what do we have? We got 10 Skulltulas, 3 heart pieces. Luckily, most of the game is well lit enough. I feel like that's a little bit debatable. The game is just genuinely a dark, a dark looking game. But we'll figure it out. If I have to use the screen preview sometimes, stream preview, then so be it. Yeah, they're quite dark, and my monitor only gets so bright. I can only do so much about it. The stream preview looks a lot better for, like, it's a world of difference. It's still not great, but it looks like you guys will be able to see the game a lot better than I can in front of me. Uh, so... House of Skulltula. Ah! We look like this because of a spider's curse. But since you've destroyed 11 spiders with the curse... Oh my gosh, he says a lot. Pay close attention to your surroundings, please, we're counting on you. Basically, the reason I'm collecting these gold Skulltulas is to break these people of the curse. They were cursed, I believe, for being greedy. If I recall correctly. Phew. Excuse me. For being too greedy. And, so I collected 10, which this guy got freed. The curse has been broken, thank you. Here's a reward for you. You get the adult's wallet, which is pretty dope. So now we can hold more rupees than we did before. So there's this guy. Let's see what he has to say. Nothing. There we go. People are disgusting. My own father and mother are here. My own father and mother are disgusting. You must be disgusting too. Thanks, man. Can adjust gamma and display driver settings if necessary. I don't know how to do that. I don't even know how to do that. Is that easily accessible? Because yeah, I'm used to this game being dark. I've played this a million times, but this is too dark. Depends on my graphics card. Unfortunately, I know nothing about anything. I'm too dumb for that kind of stuff. NVIDIA. I'm just waiting for sunrise, which is now. Oh, I guess I could have played the sun song. Because I've got that. It's just very dark. Even with my monitor brightness all the way up. I can't believe that I, the great Ingo, am working on this dump of a ranch. Because the owner is so lazy, I always have to do all the work around here. I, the hard-working Ingo, should be in charge, not that lazy bum Talon. Okay, you say so, dude. You said little cows. No, leave me alone. Mumble, mumble. Am I awake already? What? Well, I'll be if it ain't the forest kid from the other day. By the way, thanks a lot for waking me up. It took some doing, but I finally got Malin back in a good mood. So what are you up to today? Got some free time on your hands? Well, how about a little game? These 3 cuckoos I have here are special super cuckoos. I'm gonna throw these cuckoos in that there gaggle of normal cuckoos. If you can pick out these 3 special birds from among the normal cuckoos within the time limit, I'll give you something good. If you can't find them, I win. It'll be 10 rupees. Wanna play? Not yet. No, stop talking to me. Yes, let's play. Start looking. Hey. That's one of them. Keep it up, keep it up. 2 more to find. There's another. Alright, now the moment of truth. 1 more to find. Golly, I'll be darned. It's plumb incredible. That's the last one. You found them all. Come over here. Maybe able to change the color settings on the monitor itself, but it depends on the model. Hey, you've got the talent to be one of the world's best cowboys. How'd you like to marry Malin? Huh? Yes. Ha ha, I was just kidding. You think you're a little young for that, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Oh, I'm proud to present you a sample of our very own Lon Lon milk. You'll be energized the moment you drink it. After you drink it, it can bring back the bottle, and I can buy a refill anytime you want. Let me check color settings real quick. I don't. We can go down. Y'all. Brightness, contrast. Brightness is already all the way up. Turn the contrast a little bit up. And all I have left is color temperature. So that's seems like the best I can do. Oh well, we'll deal with it. These 3 super cuckoos have dedicated their lives to fighting crime and forces of evil. So what's actually strange about this game is that doing a crouch stab like this, you're whatever you did last in terms of attack gets stored as in terms of how much damage you do, and weirdly, doing a jump attack with a Deku stick like this is worth a lot more damage than just slashing with your sword. So if you do a jump attack with a Deku stick, and then you just do this, you're doing all that damage you would have done with that jump attack, specifically with the Deku stick. So you can actually store a lot of power by doing that, which is a really interesting mechanic. Oh, it's the fairy boy again. I heard that you found my dad. How did you like the castle? Did you see the princess? Hee hee. Dad came home in a hurry after he found him. Hee hee. Oh yeah, I have to introduce you to my friend, fairy boy. She's this horse. Her name is Epona. Isn't she cute? And now she's gone. She didn't like that. Seems like Epona is afraid of you, fairy boy. Shouldn't you be... Shouldn't you enjoy the fact that I have an ocarina? Pay attention to me! What do you want, Navi? What would Saria say if we told her we're going to save Hyrule? I don't know. I don't really care. I forget how this works. My mother composed this song. Isn't it nice? Well, let's sing together. Does this work now? There we go. Cute ocarina. Are you going to play the song with that ocarina? I've learned Epona's song. Oh, it's the owl. Now she likes me. How lovely. She didn't like the Sun song though. Yeah, she's gone now. Horse. So because, for instance there, because I did a jump attack with the sword, I had stored that damage, so instead of having to slash the Skulltula twice, I just had to slash it once for it to die. I know there's a way to do this really quickly. Can you please just fall down? Please go in. It's a lot of hearts. You haven't seen anything yet. I did get one early heart piece for the fun of it. Why not? We're doing 100%, so it doesn't really matter. I guess, breaking the sequence on that one doesn't really matter that much. So many places I've never seen in this game. You can probably hear Skulltula there. I can't reach it yet. We'll have to come back for that one. I'm not getting sued anymore. Hooray! Never finished Ocarina. The water temple is just too frustrating. A lot of people say that, but it's actually it's genuinely not that bad. Hey, buddy, my dude. Oh wait, my dude. Wait up, buddy. Head south from here to reach Lake Hylia's full, rich waters. If you go west, you'll find Gerudo Valley. There's a hideout of a gang of thieves on the other side of the valley, I'll tell you what. Well, you're free to go anywhere you want. Hoo-hoo. Do you want to hear what I said again? No matter how hard it is, just don't get discouraged, I tell you what. Even when you're playing casually, the water temple is the one place where you use speedrun strats. Funnily enough, the water temple is your favorite. The parent is still planning on legal action, so it's not over. That's... okay. What a waste. What a waste of time, money, resources. You get your jams out. Same with whoever they got to represent them. Well, I never did talk about my favorite song and boss in Link's Awakening. Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Favorite boss is Facade. Why did you come all the way down here? What? You were just about to ask me the same thing? Well, now that you're down here, you may as well make the best of it. Alright.
Ooh.
No, I don't want to talk. Leave me alone. Yay. So the fun part is that I basically have to do this whole thing again. Hey, chicken. Can't even get the spin attack to work right. Hello, Link. You can do it. Gotta head off now, sadly, but it's been fun watching. Have a good rest of the stream. Lily, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Looking at cake recipes, I think I found a typo because one said to use 50 kilograms of butter. It's a big cake. Used to be scared enough of the stall children as a kid. They used to sit under the Hylian shield. Hang on one sec. I have a smudge on my glasses. It's bugging me. Alright, chicken. We're going for another ride. Get down. Welcome back, Tom. Big dive. Ah, we beat the chicken. Alright, now I can play around in Lake Hylia a bit. Redeads used to scare you. I think Redeads probably scared every kid that played this game. Heart pieces were the best idea. Glad they exist. Only ones from the later games. I literally cannot get the quick spin. There we go. Scared of Wall Masters. Wind Waker redeads, really? I feel like they're much goofier. We do have a Wind Waker incentive in progress right now, to complete the Nintendo Gallery. Any subs, resubs, new subs, gift subs go towards that. Gift subs also get Pokemon card packs opening. How goes Zelda-ing? It goes. Just went back for more pancakes, quite full. Ooh, pancakes sound really good. Wind Wakers didn't scare me, maybe because of the cartoonish look. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I am Bonnaroo! Scarecrow, the Scarecrow musical genius. I hear a song once and I never forget it, baby. Do you really? Whoa, you have an ocarina? Hey, why don't you lay a tune on me with it, baby? I was trying to hit R there, but Which, I thought R was a note that you could hit. Oops. Am I dumb? Alright, well, is it just the 4 C's and A? Alright, well, we'll just do it this way. I'll remember it for you. I don't mean I can remember only 8 notes, but let's just cut it there for now. Thanks. R is a modifier? Ugh. I'm probably thinking of when I played on the GameCube. No, wait, leave me alone. Okay, let's see what R does, if anything. Yeah, it's a modifier. Buggles. Well, perhaps by the time I get back over to this area, it will be nighttime again. Yeah, left stick you have more freedom with. Needs more warbles? Oh. You mean the song needs more warbles. Gosh, I can't see anything again. Nighttime sucks! 3DS was like X, Y, L, and R. Oh yeah, perhaps that as well. Between the GameCube, the 3DS, the N64, it's easy to get those controls mixed up. Too much going on. You want to go fishing? Yeah, I have a rumble pack? Holy. Yes, I understand. Let's fish. Yeah, he goes through a huge rigmarole of all kinds of instructions. Come on, guys, fish. Gotta fish with me. What are you doing? No, I don't want you. Go away. Go away. Nobody's fishing with me. Fishing all alone. Loach percent. My Scarecrow song was always part of Green Hill Zone from Sonic. Go back to your home, fishy. Fish. Chat should be fishing right now. I mean, I can catch this one, but this is not the one I need. Oh, 8 pounds is not bad. I thought that was going to be a lot less than it is. Thanks, Help, for fishing with me. We need this boy. Come on. Come on. No, where are you going? Follow me. God darn it. The wrong one bit. Fishing minigames, love or hate? I don't mind them. I have to wait again. Because the other fish ruined it. Ruined it for everyone. Love fishing minigames. Big the Cat is my favorite storyline in Sonic Adventure. Thanks so much for the follow, I appreciate that. There we go. Now we got him. Never been a fan of fishing minigames? I don't mind them. They don't take like a lot of time or anything. Hey, Future. Hope you're doing well. Well, it's about... Wait, 6 pounds? What? Why is that one... Why is he smaller? Did I grab the wrong fish? Hey, Natalie. Hope you're doing well. Well, this is awkward. You know, I'm hanging in there, Nat. I'm glad you're alright. I am confused as to what happened there. Did I get scammed on the fish there? I don't really want this one. Letters missing? An O and an Natalie. Not sure about it, might change it back. I like it. I like it. There we go. Yes, I want to keep it, thank you. Was I going after the wrong fish the whole time? I guess I forgot which one was which. There we go. Alright, see you later. Oh, wait. Take your fishing rod. Come back when you get older, the fish will be bigger too, maybe. Nintendo 64? Actually... I can just do this. Nintendo is better. There we go. Now we're back. Yeah, I have a feeling people would mispronounce that. Like all the time. Come on, Link, you can do it. Banana Nintendo. Oh my goodness. Let's see what Navi has to say. The vicious front stab by Link. What would Zarya say? I don't... You asked me that already. So yeah, what I was mentioning earlier is that this game has an interesting mechanic where it stores your... the damage that you have done when you crouch stab. So, actually doing a jump attack with a Deku Stick nets you the most amount of damage as Young Link. So by doing that, and then by crouch stabbing, all that... It just keeps doing that amount of damage instead of assigning its own damage to the crouch stab. So if I just slash like that, then I'm doing that amount of damage. If I jump slash, it does that amount of damage. You know, so it's pretty interesting. So you can take things out quicker by using that to your advantage. When you go back to the fishing place as an adult, the guy who is now balding will wear a hat. If you aim the fishing rod at you, can steal it. Yes, that's correct. He gets mad at you. Back when companies were releasing their own mini retro consoles and the Genesis was being advertised and they were like, Genesis does. They used the Genesis does commercial. Sega do what Nintendo don't. Is that the case of Majora's Mask? I actually don't know. Mega. I don't think it is. Yes, with an asterisk. Yeah, the aiming is pretty precise for the stealing the hat trick. Gaming. Cool, you're great. You scored 3 perfect bullseyes. I have to give you a neat present to such... I have to give a neat present to such a wonderful person. Please take it. Love talking Japanese and English Majora's Mask because they have so many differences like that. Oh my goodness, hello. What's up? This game is super fun and not at all tedious. Follow along with our song on your ocarina. We'll lead you into it. And this shouldn't be hard at all with the fact that I'm using basically a C stick instead of anything actually good. I wonder if this is up. I guess we'll try it. No, it's not. Shoot. I shouldn't have tried it. Up, right, up, down. That was quite a nice session. As a token of our friendship, please take this. Yay. Yes, I want to play some more. Does Link play any musical instruments in Breath of the Wild? No, he doesn't. A left to right. Link breathes through fire and flames. That was quite a nice session. As a token of our friendship, please take this. Let's keep going. Follow along with our song on your ocarina. We'll lead you in. Up and down. I'm trying so hard not to accidentally tilt the stick in a direction where it reads it incorrectly. That was quite a nice session. As a token of our friendship, please take this. Hooray. I'm unstoppable. Oh. Perhaps now is... Well, maybe we wait till... Oh, here we go. Hey, over here! Hoo hoo! Oh, I'm supposed to be Hank. My dude, good to see you again. Listen to this, hoot hoot. After going through the lost woods, you will come upon the sacred forest meadow, I tell you what. That is a sacred place where few people have ever walked. What's that? I can hear a mysterious tune. You should listen for that tune too, hoot hoot. Do you want to hear what I said again? No thanks. If you are courageous, you will make it through the forest just fine, I tell you what. Just follow your ears and listen to the sounds coming from the forest, hoot hoot. What'd you say? What did you call him? Hankora Helbora? I don't remember. Need some propane and propane accessories. That boy ain't right. Okay. I believe this is where I'm going to take a short break to feed Iggy and grab something to eat. My head is absolutely pounding. My eye is just killing me right now, so I need to take something. And I need to eat first, so I'm gonna take a short break here. But in the meantime, back to Zelda. There we go. Hopefully it's loud enough. Hopefully you guys can hear it and everything. Easy. But yeah, hope you're all doing well today. Thank you again, Silly and Ashley, for the resubs. Audio's good, thank you. And again, everything, bits and subs all go towards Triforce Tuesday incentives. So, you can view those on the... God, I got turned around already. You can view those on the spreadsheet if you'd like, exclamation TT. There's not really anything to do there, actually. It's Syria, Saria, however you pronounce it. I probably will continue to say Syria. I've been waiting for you, my dude. This is the Sacred Forest Meadow. It's my secret place. I feel this place will be very important for both of us someday. That's what I feel. Thanks. If you play the Ocarina here, you can talk with the spirits in the forest. Would you like to play the Ocarina with me? Sure. Okay, try to follow along with the melody I will play. Are you ready? Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo. Hey, Macarena. Hi. It is so... I know I'm doing it very slowly and it probably looks so stupid, but all my C buttons are this stick here. So It's difficult to actually get it right. Great, great. Please don't forget the song. Do you promise? When you want to hear my voice, play Sorry's song. You can talk with me anytime. Yes or don't do it instead of just no. Zelda has a lot of those kind of funny options. When we were playing through A Link to the Past, two of my favorite ones are a monkey asks you for rupees, and your options are yes or never give him anything. I believe are the two options, or something along those lines. So it's like, can you give me 10 rupees to help you? And it's like, yes, never give him anything. And then there's another one where somebody asks you, I think maybe it's Zelda even, I can't remember, but somebody says, can you please keep this a secret? And your options are yes or tell it to everyone. So there's a lot of like incidents where those choices are quite comical. Tell it to everyone. It's a secret to everybody. What are you doing down here, buddy? I will heal my half heart. So, this is actually, the fairy fountain is my current alarm sound for waking up in the morning, IRL. When I told the story yesterday about how I got like PTSD. Zora's Fountain is bound to give me anxiety the moment I enter it, and as well as the Hyrule Field morning theme. It's a secret to everyone. Not anymore, it's not. Because I was mentioning the story yesterday. For those of you who weren't here, I'll give you a very brief rundown of what I was telling, but I had a very horrible job that I worked for a long time, and I had one of the worst bosses, managers, whatever you'd like to call them, that you could imagine, truly. Like, it was that bad. I have plenty of stories. But I absolutely dreaded going to work every day. And it's not like your normal dreading going to work. This is like, I don't know if I can handle this anymore. And this was every day. So I had my alarm tuned for my phone when I woke up in the morning. For a long time, it was set to the Hyrule Field morning theme, which is when you first enter it, and it's like the beginning of the Sun song. And I had eventually changed it to the Zora's Fountain theme. And so my brain subconsciously associates those two songs with having those horrible, awful days of work that I just would dread waking up in the morning and having to go through that. So now I actually do get like anxiety and raised heart rate and sweaty palms and stuff when I hear those songs, which is really unfortunate. But yeah, just association just absolutely destroyed them. Fun fact. Hoo, did you learn an ocarina song from Saria? That melody seems to have some mysterious power, I tell you what. There may be some other mysterious songs like this that you can learn in Hyrule. If you hold the ocarina with C, where a melody is necessary, a musical staff will appear. I recommend that you play a song you know. I also suggest you play even when a score is not displayed, just like this. Hoo, hoot, hoot, hoot. Do you want to hear what I said again? Not really. Melodies you have learned will be recorded on this quest status subscreen. You should memorize these melodies. That boy ain't right. Beware of my channel, I have sound redemption for Fairy Fountain that's overlappable. I have been in your channel when the sound has been redeemed. It does not. Luckily, Fairy Fountain is not one of the ones that. Fairy Fountain is my current alarm song, so I don't really have existential dread for that, luckily. But yeah, Zora. Oh, I think I said Zora's Fountain. I meant Zora's Domain. Forgive me if I messed up my words, but Zora's Domain and the Hyrule Morning Field theme. You need to make it the alarm before fun thing so it resets your brain. Yeah, you're right, Ashley. But yeah. Thanks, Future. I lurk in your channel. Um, quite a little bit. I kind of get that. I was going through a bad time when I first played Mario Galaxy, specifically the purple coin levels nowadays. Whenever I try to play them, I just feel, I don't know, melancholy or sad. I can't do it. I understand. It's weird how your brain just subconsciously, you know, associates things with other things in your life, and whether you intend for them to be associated or not, it happens. Oh, is Natalie still here? I wonder if Natalie's still here. I have a question for her. What is it? You know, sorry-san, we should be friends. Here, take this. Pog! Meet your love. Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo. No, move. I don't have any incentives for Twilight Princess, so I'm just going to be doing those regardless. I really, really enjoy Twilight Princess, and I feel like it's very underrated. And we can talk about this more once I get to that game, but there was a weird sort of shift in the Zelda fandom, where when Wind Waker was released, what was that, 2003, I believe, people hated it. They were so upset that Wind Waker was getting released because of the way it looked, the art style, right? I get at least 3 more of a mix of those things. Twilight Princess is so fun. So yeah, people like hated the idea of Wind Waker when it came out, and when Twilight Princess was released, it was like super revered by Zelda fans, from what I can remember, for its realistic style and darkness in the in the game. And now I feel like it's completely flip-flopped, where people love Wind Waker. Wind Waker's one of the, yeah, exactly, probably had the biggest shift in opinion, definitely. I would say 100%. People love Wind Waker. I think it's one of the most popular Zelda games now. And now, all of a sudden, Twilight Princess, people take a crap on that game all the time, and I don't understand why. I think it's a wonderful game. Twilight Princess is in my top 5 Zelda games. But it's crazy how much of a shift there was between those two games. And they were back-to-back games, so Twilight Princess was 06, I believe, and Wind Waker was 03. They were back-to-back titles, so... Oh, do I have incentives for Twilight Princess? I don't remember. No, I don't. Oh, yes, I do. Oh, they also were not back-to-back titles, because Minish Cap was in between them, so they were back-to-back console titles. The only incentive I have for Twilight Princess is complete the Cave of Ordeals, or Cave of Shadows, but that's easy peasy. But if you want to check out those incentives and help towards them, exclamation TT, oh, it's right there. It's actually right there. I don't particularly like the cartoon look, so I didn't play Wind Waker for a very long time, but it grew on me when I finally played it, and and except for too much sailing, it was a very good game. And luckily, they had quality of life improvements when they did the HD version feature, where you could speed up a lot of that sailing process. But I enjoyed the sailing, honestly. Yeah, it's pretty tedious in the original version, but it's not too bad with that sail improvement. I've heard people call Twilight Princess the best Zelda game of all time, as long as you're not playing on the Wii. Playing on the Wii didn't bother me at all. You didn't really have to... The motion controls weren't the way they were, yeah, in Skyward Sword, exactly. Where you didn't really have to aim anything at the TV. You just... Like, I remember when my first playthrough... Playing through Twilight Princess, I was just sat back on my bed, like, relaxed like this. Just, all you have to do is swing your wrist a little bit. Just kind of, like, jerk it around. And it's fine, like... It didn't bother me on the Wii either. I actually found it to be quite fun. Skyward Sword was... Okay, so here's the thing. I know people have strong opinions about Skyward Sword, and I understand it. But I don't think it was as bad as people made it out to be. I genuinely don't. Yeah, it could get a little bit annoying. I remember having to do a lot of recalibration, but it was a quick recalibration because all you had to do was point the controller at the TV and hit, I believe it was like the up on the D-pad, and it would automatically recalibrate. So it wasn't honed in so well that it just worked perfectly, but I also it didn't really take me that much out of the game. The motion controls in Breath of the Wild are not your favorite, like the gyro controls, Ashley, because I agree with you. Those drove me nuts my first playthrough and my second playthrough. Those can get really, really annoying really fast. Twilight Princess is mirrored on the Wii. That might be why people said it. Um, yeah, it was mirrored because what 90 something% of the population is right-handed, and I'm a lefty, and I still had no problem with it on the Wii. I'm a natural lefty, so I didn't mind swinging the sword with the right. I mean, all you're doing is this, you know. Skyward Sword bothered me on the Wii very much once I was about halfway through. It started demanding things that didn't work well with Motion Plus. I watched someone play the remake, and that version looked pretty good. I saw some mechanics that got implemented in Breath of the Wild. I was surprised. Hate Skyward Sword controls, the sky that looks, the world itself, demise, nothing speaks to me. It was a lot. I agree, Ashley. Those gyro controls were not as intuitive as they should have been. Uh, I like Skyward Sword. It's not my favorite Zelda by any means. I think it's a pretty average Zelda game. I would put it above some and, below others. But I oddly find myself thinking about Skyward Sword a lot because I really actually enjoyed certain aspects of the world that I felt like you didn't really get that atmosphere in other Zelda games. I found it to be very interesting and fun. So for me, I don't feel like Skyward Sword is that bad of a game, and I feel like it gets a bad rep specifically because of the controls, and I feel like that's not entirely fair. Lefty supremacy. There are other issues with Skyward Sword that I experienced, like Link would experience invisible walls, had to unplug the remote from the nunchuck and plug it back in, then it would work correctly. I don't remember having to go through that personally. I remember my playthrough being multiple playthroughs. I've 100% of that game multiple times. I believe it's a 6-heart challenge. I believe you start with 6 hearts in that game. I've done that. I remember my playthroughs going mostly smooth, considering the issues. Need to return to work, but leaving up the lurk. Thank you so much, Ashley. I hope you have a good day at work. I appreciate that very much. I would play it on the Switch, just never Wii again. So I don't own the Switch version yet, and I'm going to have to eventually purchase that for the, for this Triforce Tuesday quest that I'm on. So I've never played it on the Switch, but I'm excited to because I imagine it would probably eliminate a lot of those issues that we did experience during the initial release, so... So actually, part of the reason I do have incentives is so I can purchase things that I will need for this going forward. If you had original Wiimotes or Wii Motion Plus Wiimotes, made a difference too. I had the Skyward Sword. I got the special edition, the one that came with the special Wiimote, Zelda Wiimote, that had the Wii Motion Plus built in. And again, I remember it being janky, but also not the worst thing in the world. Oh, how to take a work call and miss what you said? I just said I have not played Skyward Sword on the Switch yet. I have not had the pleasure. I don't own it yet, but I will be purchasing it for the Triforce Tuesday endeavor. Nope. Wrong. I need to go get Richard again. Oh yes, yeah. I didn't experience the same things like the invisible walls. I don't remember that happening to me. I said I did play through the game multiple times on the Wii, and remember it going like fairly smoothly. Like I remember having the jank controller issues, but I don't remember the game really driving me nuts or anything. Richard! This is my little Richard. Thank you, thank you. I'll give this to you as a reward. If you talk to her, she says that her dog is missing, or her doggy ran away, so... then you have to go out and find out which dog it is. Obviously, I know which one, so I just grabbed it. You had the attachment that was like the Wii Motion Plus attachment. I don't know if you heard me, Future, but I mentioned that I had the special edition Wiimote that was included with the game that had Wii Motion Plus built in. We're almost done with various side quests. Go backwards. Oh, now that we have 20 gold scutullas, this guy is uncursed. The curse has been broken, thank you, here's a reward for you. You obtain the Stone of Agony. If you equip a Rumble Pack, it will react to nearby secrets. So that was obviously for the N64. If you put a Rumble Pack into your N64 controller, that's exactly what would happen. Your controller would vibrate when you get close. There is a grotto out here. Oh, right there. So now my controller's rumbling. So that's what that's for. Remove the Stone of Agony, attach the Stone of Triumph. The road is closed beyond this point. Can't you read the sign over there? Eh? Oh, I see, you're just a kid and you can't read yet. Ha ha ha. Yeah, well, guess what? Oh, this is surely Princess Zelda's handwriting. Well, let's see. Okay. This is my dude. He is under my orders to save Hyrule. Wahahaha, what kind of funny game has our princess come up with now? Okay, alright. You can go now. Just be careful, Mr. Hero. Wahahaha. Thanks, man. By the way, Mr. Hero, if you're going to climb Death Mountain, you should equip a proper shield. It is an active volcano after all. If you go back to Hyrule Castle, Town Market, you should check out the bazaar. They sell the shield you need there. Tell them I sent you, and they should give you a special discount. If you think you're good to go already, don't worry about it. Now I'd like to ask a favor of you. No, I don't expect you to do it just because of the great tip I just gave you. I'm just asking. Have you been to the Happy Mask shop that just opened in Hyrule Castle Town Market? Everyone is talking about it. My little boy pesters me for popular masks. Masks? I don't know why I pluralized that, but I don't have the time to go there. So, could you go and get the mask for me next time you're in the market? If you don't feel like that, it's okay, but... well, I have no choice. This is my job. Sigh. Yeah, sucks to be you. Yeah, excellent. equip a proper shield. So, yeah, like I mentioned, we got one for free from the graveyard, but I believe it costs 80 rupees, and once you talk to him, I think it's a discount. It's either like 60 or 50 or something like that. But you can just get it for free if you're clever enough. I had a feeling Motion Plus remote was superior to the attachment. Probably. I never experienced that myself. I never played with a Wiimote with the attachment. I'm actually not going to equip this shield yet. But yeah, I wouldn't have any way of knowing, but I can imagine it could be quite a bit different. Well, the princess gave you permission? How precious. Go ahead and go ahead to death, kid. I have not blown that up yet. Let's see what Navi has to say. Impa said that the spiritual stone of fire is somewhere on Death Mountain. Yes, she sure did. I remember. On Switch, I'm told you can turn them off and use the buttons. That's what I've heard, yes. So I'm very interested to play it and see how it feels compared to that original, you know, the original way of playing that game. They say that a beautiful fairy lives on top of Death Mountain. Don't you want to see her? I suppose. Oh my goodness! I love this song. Goron sound like my digestive system. Oh, I'm so hungry. Well, there you go. Digestive system. Everyone feels faint from hunger because of the food shortage in this town. We are in danger of extinction. It's all because we can't enter our quarry, the Dodonger's Cavern. We Gorons live on a diet of rocks. And the most delicious and nutritious rocks are found in the Dodongo's Cavern. But that seems like ancient history now. We've become such gourmets that we can't stand to eat rocks from anywhere else. Sigh, I want to eat the top sirloin rocks from the Dodongo's Cavern. How... Can you imagine being so pretentious that your entire species might go extinct because you won't eat a certain type of the same food? You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think of a real world example that it could be compared to, but like, okay, for instance, like, let's say for whatever reason your entire species thrives on blueberries, and it's like, well, there's a bunch of blackberries over there that are available, but you know what? I think I'd rather just die. You've heard of billionaires? Zoom doom 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 doom. What's up, dude? I'm just gonna nick your fire real quick. I messed up. Ooh, look at that. Could you imagine starving because the place you cook your food is blocked by a giant sand? Exactly. That's exactly right. Exactly. We live on rocks, and the cave that we get our rocks from is blocked by a giant rock. Whatever will we do? Oh, I should have just made the shortcut real quick while I was up there. Hey, buddy. Oh? We don't get many visitors way up here. Where are you from? A forest? What's a forest? Eh? It's where a lot of trees and plants grow? I'm even more confused. Nothing grows around here besides the bomb flowers. We don't have seeds or nuts around here either. Even Deku sticks are very scarce around here. I know a trick to conserve sticks. If you light a stick on fire, something happens. We'll never know. It's just pointless tutorial stuff that doesn't, you know, doesn't make a big difference. Shortcut. So, if you can hear that music, it leads to the Lost Woods. The rocks blocking it, though clearly, are rocks for peasants. They're too good for that. Yeah, that's my point. It's so silly. Bombs aren't even dangerous to them. They just call them crops. What's a forest knows what a stick is. Yeah, there's a couple plot holes. Either that or he's just screwing with me. Oh, I don't think I talked to you. What's up, homie? I think he just tells you how to open the door. I'm so hungry that I can't think about anything but food. Ask Big Brother about complicated things. If he's in a bad mood, he'll probably get mad at you. It can be pretty scary, but I know his secret. He may not look like the type, but Big Brother loves to dance. If he gets in a rhythm, he'll surely... I remember Big Brother used to always listen to the music that comes from the forest. Ah yes, the good old days. That music makes me feel nostalgic too. When all the torches on this floor are lit, Goron City is really lively. Yep, that one urn just spins around. Pretty wild. So, you're the one who likes to dance, huh? What the heck? Who are you? When I heard the song of a royal family, I expected their messenger had arrived, but you're just a little kid. Has Darunia, the big boss of the Gorons, really lost so much status to be treated like this by his sworn brother, the king? Now I'm really angry. Get out of my face, now! Are you asking why I'm in such a bad mood right now? Ancient creatures have infested the Dodongo's cavern. Excuse me. We had a poor harvest of our special crop, bomb flowers. Starvation and hunger because of the rock shortage. But this is a Goron problem. We don't need any help from strangers, don't you? Oops. Maybe he's indulging a child that's adorable. Peepo rave. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Hot. What a hot beat. Whoa. Yeehaw. Oh, yeah. Yahoo. Hey, what a nice tune. Just like that, my depression is all gone. Yeah. I wish it were that easy, dude. Something just came over me. I suddenly wanted to dance like crazy. I am Darunia. I'm the big boss of the Gorons. Was there something you wanted to ask me about? What? You want the Spiritual Stone of Fire too? The Spiritual Stone of Fire, also known as the Goron's Ruby, is our race's hidden treasure. But hold on. I'm not going to give it to you that easily. If you want it so badly, why don't you go destroy the monsters inside of the Dodongo's cavern and prove you're a real man? Oh gosh. That way everybody will be happy again. If you do it, I will give you anything you want, even that spiritual stone. I have something for you. I'm not really giving you this in return for anything, but take it anyway. If you wear this, even a little fella like you can pick up a bomb flower using A. Oh great, using A. Hot beats! I got the Goron's bracelet. Now I'm strong. Oh look, I put it on already. Look how nice. They won't eat a variant of their favorite food, as obnoxious as that is. Someone offered to help them, and they still told that person to bugger off. Yeah, true. True. A bunch of pretentious people? Just gotta get Meech dancing. Yeah, that'll cure my depression. Ooh, what's a forest? That's interesting. Kind of thing that's so kids feel accomplished and smart. Yeah, just like, again, like the super condescending. It's like, ooh. I need an A button to help with chores. Wouldn't that be nice? Hua! No! Oh, Link, you big dummy. See how many tries this takes. Go this way. Ooh, that didn't look too bad. Hey, Nyanjan. How are you? Hope you're doing well today. Ow. I thought I got it. Well. Oh, no. Oops. You didn't mind us messing around? Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. I'm glad you're doing well. Oh, that's way off. This is one of the most tedious little quests, unless you wait till you get the bomb bag. Your whole family was there? It was nice? That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Oh my gosh. That's not gonna work. Come on. No, that would have been it. What controller? Right now, well, I'm playing on the Switch, like the Nintendo Switch Online. So right now I'm just using this 8-bit do, like, pro controller style controller. Because I forgot to charge my actual Stop jumping off my actual pro controller. Gorons literally eat rocks for breakfast, never want to face them in a fight. Use 8-bit do on Switch? Right now I do. There we go. That... Oh, maybe not. Need a dongle? Nope, not with this one. You can use one, but you don't need it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, this one is just like the Pro controller is pretty much the same. I was gonna get 8-bit on Xbox, but it doesn't work on Xbox, just Android and stuff. Yeah, 8-bit do controllers are quite nice. Most of the time, they do exactly what you want. All right, now we can get out of here. Is an 8-bit do line specifically for Xbox? Interesting. What do you have to say? What's up, bud? I'm standing here to shade the bomb flowers from the sun. Have you looked in the sky recently, buddy? If you say so, do you have a question for me? Ask about bomb flowers, ask about Dodongo's Cavern. What if I don't have a question? Those plants growing over there are bomb flowers. They are mining plants that grow only on this mountain. The flower's fruit is the raw material of bombs. But a non-Goron amateur should never be able to pick up the bomb flower's fruit. They usually grow only in dark places, so bomb flowers that grow in a place like this are extremely rare. Natural wonder bomb flower. Danger, do not uproot. Guess what? Guess what, dude? Oops, I missed. Oopsie. Let's try that again. Which Zelda games have I never played? None of them. I've played all Zelda games. 100%. I have 100% completed every Zelda game that exists, including a lot of the spin-offs. Non-main series ones. Water company mixed us up with someone else and cut off the water at work. That's not good. Yep, I am very big into Zelda. Guess that means it's time to go home. I'm gonna do another small, teeny tiny, itty bitty sequence break here if I can do it. There we go. Get another free heart piece. We are not supposed to get that yet, but it doesn't matter. Because it doesn't really affect anything, so... I just got two early heart pieces, that's all. Don't worry about that. Is there not one in this? Is this specifically only for... Surely that's not the case. Did the bugs just not do their job? Is Age of Calamity and Hyrule Warriors full story games? I'm wondering if I should play them before playing Breath of the Wild. You definitely don't need to. Those are more beat 'em up games. Or I don't know the actual right term for them. They have their own story, not related to the main series at all. You're really not missing much by not playing them, and they can be quite long. Quite long, if you want to complete them. I'm told canon? No, I mean you can if you want, but it's not going to change your experience of playing Breath of the Wild. It's your experience is still going to remain the same. Oh, now we can enter the cavern. You're so smart. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, if that's something you're into, yeah, by all means, go for it. But aside from that, it's not really going to add anything. In my opinion, I don't think it really changes anything. Finally, lunch break. How's Macarena of Crime going? It's going okay. What are you having for lunch? Breakfast taco. Nice, enjoy. I guess now's a good time to equip that shield that I didn't equip. It looks like there are many lava pits around here, so watch your step. Don't tell me what to do. Caddy, thank you for the gift sub to Yiri or Jiri. I forget. And yes, we will do a Pokemon pack as well. I guess I can do that right now since you are here and available. Dungeon map. Thank you very much for the gift sub. All gifted subs do come with Pokemon card openings for Triforce Tuesday, and those subs also go towards the Triforce Tuesday incentives. I don't even remember what he offers. A replacement shield? I don't remember what he offers. I will sell you... Yeah, Deku Shield. Thank you, Caddy. Let's take care of that real quick. Let's get back to Link. Yeah, sure, let's see, why not? My Johns! Everybody loses their Johns. So we got our Dungeon map. Ha! See ya. Scam. It's just a gossip stone. Hey. Hey. Throw it. Sidebar looks nice, thanks. Yeah, I'm playing it on the Switch, courtesy of Gecko. I need you to follow me. Follow me! Come on. Oh, come on. Where are you? Get out here. Where have they gone? Tinkerbell looking thing? My fairy? Her name is Navi. I don't know where they disappeared to. Navi, yes, as in, like, navigation. Come on. There we go. Nailed it. First try. Easy game. I thought that was my phone. Hyrule Warriors and Age of Calamity are spin-offs, yes. That's probably the best way to describe them. Link is small. Oh no! Come at me, bro. Come on. Where'd you go? Are you afraid of me? Night night. Turtle activate. I don't know the Fimint thing. I never remember which door is which. I think this is the correct one. Yeah. I don't know, Health told me it was just a typo, but I don't find typos all that funny. I don't remember what you've got either. No, I don't want Deku sticks, but thank you. But when it's Alice typing in Bubba's chat, it doesn't, I don't know. Why is that funnier? Oh, that was, Rockaway, that was like way more than just a typo. I was pretty sure you were dying. But like one-word typos, like people saying glot all the time, like, I don't know. It's not my thing. I think it's pretty silly. Shimmy-doo-doo-doo-doo. Wish we could see these delicious rocks in person. Oh, you moved like a lot faster than I thought you were going to. Throw it, you dork! You're annoying. How did that not kill you? There we go. Look at Link's dumb face. No, don't fall off! I wasn't, positioned quite straight enough. That's what I get for being fancy, true. Rupees? Rupees? I pit when I get fancy all the time. It's just better than climbing the stairs. It takes so long if you just climb them by normal means with the young Link. It can be super tedious. Hey. No, I didn't want to wake you up. I wanted to do the thing. That's what I get for being fancy. Let me up. Jerk. You never know what will be around the corner in these narrow paths. Use Z targeting to always look into the proper direction. This is a useful technique, isn't it? I don't know. I guess so. Excuse me. Link, 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 can you please? Well, it didn't go very well. Man, I thought that was pretty good. Oh, that was super early. Keep getting it right on the edge. Alright, Caddy, good luck work. Thanks for lurking. Oh no! Come on, bud. Come at me, bro. What does intrepid mean? That car exploded. Got a bomb bag. So there is a bombable wall down there, and there is nothing worth worth getting from there. If I do bomb it and go in, I have to backtrack all the way. I believe there's a Deku scrub in there that sells you stuff, probably like a shield or bombs or something. So that might be the one room that I don't access. I mean, I could always do it at another time or something, but I'm probably not gonna go for that right now. Oh, it was 100%. I might still do it. We'll see. Now I have Ella later. Look, Ella's real. Look, Ella's real. Giant dead Dodongo. When it sees red, a new way to go will be open. When giant dead Dodongo sees red. Ella's real small, cool G. Clear the Deku Scrub is selling the power of friendship. Actually, I suppose it doesn't really matter. I could just go ahead. I think there was a rupee chest that I also didn't grab. Fun fact, if you burn your Deku shield in this dungeon, I believe that chest has a replacement, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go open the door and go in the room. Since I was bullied. Any jank on the Switch version? Mostly just the controls. It's, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, they're just sales scrubs. We're not going to be using them for anything, so no problem there. Am I dumb? Oh, I thought I missed a chest. I guess we're okay. I thought I missed a chest. I didn't want to pick out a bomb. Excuse me, sir. Actually, don't you have a fairy? I think you contain a fairy. I don't need a fairy, though. Leave me alone. Where are you? Let's just push it the wrong way. Cool, man. Uh-oh. Infernal Dinosaur King Dodongo. Easy game. I know, poor dino. Just like the real dinos. You know what I mean? He died as he lived. How was that exactly? On fire. No idea, I'm not a dino. It's me, Darunia. Well done. Thanks to you, we can once again eat the delicious rocks from the Dodongo's cavern until our stomachs burst. I mean, I feel like you probably could have done that better than I could have, but thanks for the quest. What a wild adventure. We'll make an incredible story. You didn't do anything. It was me. I can't believe that the Dodongos suddenly appeared in such great numbers. And that rock blocking the cave. All this trouble must have been caused by that Gerudo thief Ganondorf. He said, "Give me the spiritual stone, only then I will open the cave for you." Why couldn't you guys have just picked up the bomb flower? Like, you know what I mean? I feel like that would have been easier for you guys. You, on the other hand, risk your life for us. Kid, I like you. How's about you and I become sworn brothers? No, there's no big ceremony involved, just take this as a token of our friendship. Shoo-doo-doo-doo. In before he was the cameraman? I think it's beginning to rain. You obtained the Goron's Ruby! Yay! This is the spiritual stone of the fire passed down by the Gorons. Oh my gosh. You don't know what he means by sworn brothers, but you've collected 2 spiritual stones. You have 1 more to find. Well, alright. Brother, you'll keep brushing up on your skills as you travel, won't you? You should go see the Great Fairy on top of Death Mountain. She will power you up. Oh, will she? Hey, everybody, let's see off our brother. You did great. How about a big Goron hug, brother?
Oh my god, leave me alone. Beep.
Get wrecked. Came? Most expensive. The most expensive. The most expressive this Link is scared for his life. Gordons? More like Gore Morons. What? I typed Gorons. Gordon's. Possessive. Why wouldn't you just call them morons? Why does it have to be Gore Morons? Goron Freeman. Oh, this... all the money I'm about to collect is going to be worthless to me because I can only hold 200 rupees. And we're going on a money collecting quest right now. Once again for completion's sake, so... Sounds like a wonderful Photoshop idea. Hey McMurdo, thank you so much for the lurk. I really appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. I wonder if I can cheese this. Was it not? I can't see. Was it not late enough? Oh, oh, I think, you know what? I think that's a an adult Link thing. I think I'm jumping the gun here. That's why they couldn't eat regular rocks. They're Goron Ramsey. Oh no. Do. Hey. All right. I'll give you this in praise of your courage. So the only way you can get that is if you actually stop him with bombs right underneath this overhang, and he also always rolls away from you. So the best way to do it is really just to take out a bomb at the right time and just run into him with it as it's exploding. That's really your best plan of action. Hello. I'm working on something really cool right now, but I think it's going to take a while. If you could wait 5 or 6 years, it should be ready, okay? Oh, 5 or 6 years! I was watching an anime, dubbed, I think maybe you meant, a long time ago. The main character started screaming in a fight. At that point, I immediately recognized the voice actor as Link's adult voice actor in Ocarina of Time. That's pretty cool. Hey! What's up, Navi? What do you have to say? Daruni said that a fairy lives on top of Death Mountain, didn't he? I don't know. I don't remember. Oh, so, yeah, okay, yeah. Somehow I knew when I said dubbed, that's like what I meant. Somehow. Excuse me. Like I knew what was in my head, but I don't know why I said dubbed. Thank you, Elf. I'm going on a bit of a rupee quest here. And once again, this is mostly just for completion purposes. This is for 100% completion for the game. These rupees do not help me in any way right now, and I could hold off till later, but rupees are very... what's the word? What's the opposite of scarce? Plentiful, fruitful, something like that. In this game, they just exist everywhere, so it's not really worth, you know, coming back here at a later point. I could, but I'm gonna have to return here with Adult Link at some point anyway. But even then, I'll probably be full up on rupees, so who cares? Abundant, yes. There's not a lot to spend it on, right, exactly. What did I say? Plentiful, fruitful? Scarce is not pronounced like scarce? It is if you pronounce it scarce. Come on, dude. Would you just blow up? Thank you. Oh, nice jump, you dork. I've never heard anybody pronounce it that way. Now you have. It's pronounced Scorsese. I believe this is just a cow grotto. We can check it out. It is indeed just a cow grotto. And that's how you get through that without stopping. Didn't realize that's a lot of hearts. We're schmoovin'. Consider doing randomizers for this game, but if I'm not playing with an N64 controller, it drives me nuts. Yeah, I've done randos in the past. It's been a long time since I've done one, but if you get a good enough replica of an N64 controller, then it's all good. Teeny tiny itty bitty sequence break. That's number 1. Oh gosh, I don't remember. Oh yeah, okay. We're good. My only issue with randos in this game is that I do not know where a lot of the little chests and grottos are. Yes, you need to know where everything is, and that's why I've only done randos of this game. This is probably the Zelda game that I'm most familiar with, so that is a reason why I started doing those. I haven't done one in years at this point. Love doing the 3-heart challenge. I think this was the first Zelda game I ever did a 3-heart challenge in. Perhaps. I've actually forgotten where many of the things are because I play pretty minimalist. I did a rando of Link to the Past. It took me 13 hours. I have never done a Link to the Past rando yet. Welcome, my dude. I am the great fairy of power. I'm going to grant you a sword technique. Ooh, receive it now. I will. One of these days I should fall into a volcano and see if I respawn where I entered it. It's worth a shot. I love the milk item specifically for 3 hearts. Or while you don't have a lot of HP, it's like a little boost to help you out early on. Yeah, definitely. You mastered the secret sword technique of a spin attack. Hold B to charge your weapon. Release B to unleash a wave of energy with your spin. If you want to release energy without charging your weapon, rotate the stick once and press B for a very effective quick spin. When you charge power for a spin attack, magic power will be consumed. Pay attention to your green magic meter. Hey boy, you're a messenger of the royal family, aren't you? Next time you're in their neighborhood, you should drop in on a friend of mine who lives in Hyrule Castle. She'll surely grant you another new power. Okay. When battle has made you weary, please come back to see me. I followed a ZFG video on YouTube and skipped the Lens of Truth. You don't need it to beat the game. Bongo Bongo is interesting. Bongo Bongo is not that bad without the Lens of Truth at all. In casual playthroughs, I have done Bongo Bongo without Lens of Truth. It's not a big deal. It's just a timing thing, that's all. Hello, Mr. Owl. Hoot hoot, well it looks like you've grown up. Let's go. Guess we're just skipping through all that dialogue. Relax, Link. Oh, whoa. Do I have like 27? Yeah. Actually, I think this is rupees as well. I'll save that. Pretty sure that's rupees down there. That's a lot of skull tools. I believe I usually don't have 30 until way later. I think I only sequence broke. I mean, not even really for one of them. So they should be all readily available to you. It's just a matter of like how you want to route your playthrough, you know. I could have obtained a lot of these later on, but I like to get them out of the way. Wake up, lady. Wake up, lady. Wake up, lady. A customer. Welcome to our cutting-edge amusement center. The Bombchu Bowling Alley. Do you want to know what you can win? Well, it's a secret. I can't tell you until you've paid to play. It's 30 rupees per game. Do you want to play? Yes. This lady is cute. Aim for the hole in the center and let the Bombchu go. You get 10 tries. Ready? Let's bowl. I'm usually not just not looking out for them. I almost forgot. Here's what you can win. Bombchus. Pog. Diggity-doo-doo-doo. Diggity-doo-doo-doo. Diggity-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, come on. Bad pattern. Ah. No! Scammed. gonna be way too much. That might actually... Oh, that got actually pretty close to to making it in. Turn a little bit, Link. Come on. Oh, it's too freaking high. I can try the traditional route here. Oh, the cuckoo's gonna get in the way! What a dork. Oh well. Alright, this one we need. Crap pattern again. Oh, come on. Oh no! There we go. Got the angles down in this game. I used to be pretty good at it. I'm failing a little bit here, but... I don't really care about this one, whether we win or lose. The heart piece is what we needed the most. Move out of the way, you dumb chicken. And this. We need this one. No! Scammed. Getting bomb shoes doesn't hurt. But man, I usually don't use them. Yeah, same. There's a couple good instances, and bomb shoes are really good for speed running, but aside from that, you don't use them too much in vanilla. I might just try to get the bomb shoes here anyway. What? Oh, I didn't mean to release that. Winner, winner, cocoa dinner. Alright, we'll play one more time for the bomb cheese. Since I was getting my bearings. Come on, Link. Turn! Turn the way I want you to turn. Yeah, I am getting this pattern quite a lot. That should be okay. Easy. No, I don't want to play anymore. Thank you, though. Oh, I got all kinds of goodies. Welcome, my dude. I am the Great Fairy of Magic. I will give you a magic spell. Please take it. Thanks, lady. You got Din's Fire. Its fireball engulfs everything. It is attack magic you can use with C. You can use Din's Fire not only to attack, but also to burn things. When battle has made you weary, please come back to see me. I will do no such thing. But I appreciate the offer. Suppose I could have just gotten caught there. Din's Fire is fun. Yeah, there's a couple really useful places for it. I don't use it too much in my own time, but there's a couple really good places for battle purposes. Boyfriend was playing Turtle Power by Partners in Crime on the phonograph. The vinyl came in the mail today. Ooh. Very nice. How is it? I burn everything around me sometimes. Sounds good. That's good. Shiga-doo-doo-doo-doo. I am just hearing non-stop sirens outside for the past 5 minutes or so. Meanwhile, he's working. Something must have happened. I don't know if there's a fire or something. Some pretty intense sirens. Oh gosh. My dude, wait up, buddy. I didn't even touch anything that time. I literally didn't even touch anything. Well, you're free to go anywhere you want. Do you want to hear what I just said again? No. No matter how hard it is, just don't get discouraged. Oh, this is one that we've already heard from him. I guess that's why it just flew through like that. Hey Mo, how's it going? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Zelda's going well so far. Oh gosh, there he is again. Didn't you just fly away? Oops. Ouch! Beyond this point lies Lake Hylia. It is full of deep, pure water, I tell you what. The Zoras who live all the way upstream guard the sunken temple at the lake's bottom, as well as Zora's fountain. If you want to confirm its location on the map, press start to switch to the subscreen. Yes, yes, yes. All the places you have visited will be shown on the map. Hoo hoot. No, I don't want to hear what you said. Okay, be careful and go! Am I getting the crazy storm? No, it's dark and it rained slightly for a few moments, but aside from that, no. Stopped raining already? Yeah. It's pouring and windy. What's up, Shawing? Why are you leaving? I didn't even see you. Alright, you win. In return for sparing me, I will sell you a piece of heart. 1 piece is 10 rupees. Yeah, let's do it. There are branches all over the place in my yard. What's up, Shawing? Have I played through all the Zelda games? I have played through every Zelda game multiple times in my life. I'm doing a thing called Triforce Tuesday. Triforce Tuesdays, where I complete every main series Zelda game 100%, as my bot says there. So I will just be doing that every Tuesday for as long as that goes on. There's a bunch of different incentives. You can see the spreadsheet there. I think it's on cooldown because it just triggered Caddy. So yeah, gift subs, bits, or any subs and bits go towards all kinds of different incentives. So yeah. Hope you're doing well today, Shawing. If I had any favorite top Zelda games, what would my number 1 be? It's hard. It's funny because for a long time, Ocarina was my favorite. Growing up, I think it was my favorite game for quite a long time, and then eventually, Majora's Mask ended up overtaking that as my favorite, and now I'm like 50-50 between Majora's Mask and Link's Awakening as my favorite Zelda game, so it's hard for me to decide. How about yourself, Mo? My dad left empty cardboard boxes next to the trash can and they're just flying around. Lights are flickering. May lose stream. Oh my. Be safe. We're not getting anything. The sun's already coming back out. It drizzled for a few moments, but that was that. When you say the mask, do you mean the 3D one or the one Legend of Zelda? Do you mean the 3D one or the other one I mean, just the game in general, Majora's Mask. Doesn't matter if it's the 3DS version or the N64 version. There he is again. What's up, homie? Oh gosh. Hoo-hoo, looks like you've gotten better, bigger and stronger already, my dude. Just ahead lies Zora's domain. The Zoras serve Hyrule's royal family by protecting this water source. Their door will not open for anyone except those who have some connection with the royal family. Let them hear the melody of the royal family, hoo-hoo. Alright, will do, buddy. Thanks for making me my... Yeah, my bomb just exploded. Excellent. Any bombs? Wait, why didn't these blow up? What? Ocarina of Time is your second favorite? This is an excellent game, for sure. Oops. What's up, Cuckoo? I don't remember if this... I think this is a Song of Storms grotto, yeah. So I can't access this one yet. My phone lagged. I had to close and reopen. Happy Tuesday. You as well, Showing. How are you doing? Chomp, chomp, chomp. How about some magic beans? They aren't selling very well. How about 10 rupees for one piece? You got a magic bean. Well, they're not that popular yet. How about 20 rupees for one piece? What a scam artist. What's up, Pickle? Be quiet, Navi. They are getting to be quite popular. 30 rupees for one piece. Navi! That's enough out of you. Goodness gracious. Doing well, just arriving from school. Did they burrow or not? I mean, they just did, but... Is there not a Skulltula in this one? I think this is the one. I think this is the one where you can't use a Skulltula, or can't get a Skulltula from. You know what? I'm gonna do something real quick. I have 19 on Thursday. I don't know, it's been in the high teens and 20s for like the past several weeks. We have not really had winter. And my allergies are out of control. Thanks to this. Yeah. Climate change is not real. Just do that. What we will do is, I mentioned this grotto earlier. Somewhere around here. Okay, enough. Wow, I thought that did more. Can you up, not left. These guys aren't safe for work. There we go. Doodle-doo-doodle-doo-doo. So now we can buy more beans. If you hold ZR, you can use A, B, X, Y as C buttons for stuff like that if it helps. Oh, cool. Well, I guess it works for two of them. Because A is always going to be A. And B is always going to be B. Oh, ZR. I was holding ZL. I don't know. I was like, oh yeah. Hit A, it should be C right. Oh. Thanks, man. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay. Oh. There we go. Please don't talk to me again. We just went through this. We literally just went through this. I really need you to stop talking. Why did the Nintendo name buttons like that? Yo, welcome in. The American Dweem. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? How are you? What were you up to? Can I please get a shout out? Thank you, Health. Yes, more magic beans, please. From Mr. Scam Artist here. Navi, I've had just about enough. $50 just for now. Navi, we talked about this. In case you're wondering, they'll be sold out soon. Super price, 60 for one piece. What a jerk. Navi, enough. I wonder if Saria knows anything about the other spiritual stone. I don't know. Maybe. But that's not what our quest is. Hope you're doing well. Everybody from the American Dweem stream. Dweem stream. Because they don't want to use the F button, U button, K button. What's up, Gustavo? Didn't let me join the raid. Good to see you, hope you're doing well. Navi hint is weird, yes. There you are, yo! What is up? How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for the follow as well. Rocket Sauna, good to see you. How you been, buddy? I had a phone call right after the raid. No worries. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're doing well. What were you up to? Oh, thanks for lurking, Rocket. We can do the frog quest later. For now. I hope you had a good stream. Oh, big 20 shenanigans. Ooh. Loops and G.I. Joe, 2 PBs. GG's on the PBs. How are you enjoying the big 20 learning / grinding? Quite an interesting list this time around. Not bad coming off a graveyard shift. Somebody say frog. I can't stand maybe 2 of the games. I did pick up a couple I'm gonna try after this is over. What are the 2 that you are not too fond of? I suppose I can... Link, get up. Trying my patience. There's a lot of homebrew titles this time around, which is interesting. Let's get our chicken friend again. Is he not over here? Where'd he go? Did he get stuck somewhere? I can't believe you're still doing this. Star Wars and Adventure Island 3. Star Wars has a lot of things that will murder you swiftly. Burge arrive. What is your favorite of the big 20? I'm a bird, fear me. Do we really have to go through this every time? Why is he just there all the time? I don't remember this happening in the past. Patch your game. Can I owl skip? No, he gets me all the way over here. This is super annoying. Broken. I think till I do the next thing, he won't leave. Well, he's left like 80 times, that's the problem. Let's get the last thing of beans that I can get right now. Super rare magic beans. This could be your last chance. Special price, 70 rupees. You're a jerk. Alright, we're stocked up on beans, which is pretty cool. Come here. Oh, what? Come here, cheeky. Pretty sure you can avoid him. So actually what I'm doing here is quite unnecessary. I think I can make it from this platform. We can just get that heart piece easier later, but we'll just get it over with. Oh no. What is happening? Link, relax. I've been hearing people are really liking Orquista's ring. Shigadoogadoogadoo. Low-key fun. Sorry, did the possibility of playing Majora's Mass Casualties also comes up too? Mass Casualties. Yeah, so what I'm doing is what I'm calling Triforce Tuesday, where I'm playing through every main series Zelda game, 100% all the way through, with some small caveats. So there will be incentives, which you can see underneath the gameplay screen. There are a couple gold bars there. Welcome back, Ethan. And those will go towards the completion of different Zelda games along the way. Oh, autocorrect? Oh, what? Oh, I feel like I got scammed there. Thank you for the lurk and thank you for the raid. Good luck picking up your child. Be safe. Did I get scammed again? What just happened? Monkey. Oh, come on. Turn, Link! Oh my gosh. First try. Ooh. More life. What's up, homie? Who are you? We are the Zoras, the proud aquatic people. So you say you have some connection with Hyrule's royal family? Well, what do you want from us? I don't know. Money? What if that was Link's ultimate quest, was just money? Just ahead, King Zora's chamber. Show the proper respect. Oops. I'll show respect when I feel it is warranted. Sorry, King Zora. Oh shoot, is it 5 rupees? Or is it 10? Or is it 20? I think it's 10. Oh no, it is 20! Oh shoot. I need whoopies. Are you saying it's not? It's not what? Boo 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 boo. Alright, we're just gonna have to enter and exit the shop 3 times. Two times. Link's ultimate goal being money. I guess it's possible. Nuts. Diving practice spot. Depends on which timeline. Diving game, 20 rupees. Wanna play? Yeah. Pick up all the rupees. When you pick them up, come back here and I'll give you a prize. That's pretty decent RNG. How's Ocarina going? It's going pretty well. How are you doing today, Ethan? Hey, congratulations, I've got something very nice for you. Come and get it. Okay. Sounded like the Pucka song? I don't know what that is. Been doing yoga, lifting, cleaning, had to run to a friend's. Make sure you turn off the heater before leaving, that's probably a good idea. Sounds like a pretty decent day. What a graceful dive! Now please take this. This is a scale of our kind. With this, you can dive much deeper under the water.
Cool. Neat.
You got the silver scale. Jump in the water and press A. You should dive deeper than you could before. I need to use the bathroom real quick. Hang tight. Okay, sorry about that. Puga's an animated series that started as shorts. Probably Puga is more popular here than the US. Just to advance the story a little bit. Oh, my dear sweet Princess Rudo. Where has she gone? I'm so worried. Oh no. Whatever will we do? Is that the only thing you say? That's surprising. It's been so long since I've actually, you know, talked to people before doing the quest. His house has a fancy alarm system, so I had at most 60 seconds to enter a code before the cops were called. Yeah, that's how ours is as well. I think it's 30 seconds. 60 seconds is generous. I used to work for an alarm company, and if anyone more than 30 seconds before the authorities were alerted, they need to sign waivers. Yeah, I thought 30 was standard. Thanks for the welcome backs. Oh, it wasn't bad, but I couldn't enter the door by the numpad. That's intimidating. Well, yeah, that's... I mean, uh, our, uh, you know, our alarm pad is not anywhere near the door. You got an empty bottle. Put something inside. Wait, something's already inside, so it's not an empty bottle now, is it? You liar. It was more geared towards businesses, but plenty of homeowners also signed off on it. Excuse me. Here. I found this bottle. Oh, this letter. It's from Princess Ruto. Let's see. She's inside Lord Jabu Jabo. That's not possible. Our guardian god, Lord Jabu Jabo, would never eat my dear Princess Ruto. But since that stranger Ganondorf came here, Lord Jabu Jabu has been a little green around the gills. The evidence seems clear, of course. You'll go find Ruto, can pass through here to the altar of Lord Jabu Jabu. I'll keep this letter. You keep the bottle it was in. Take it respectfully. Please find my dear Princess Ruto immediately. Sora. You guys want to talk about? I should have gone to the bathroom now instead. More like Ganondorf. Music in here is so good. I got a fish. Poor King Zori needs a better chair. Isn't it trauma music? It is, yes, but it is still an amazing track. Like once the initial like fear or anxiety spike is over, then I'm able to enjoy it. But yes, you are correct. The reason I made it my alarm tone in the first place is because it's such a calming, nice track. But of course, that was ruined for me. Sorry you were there so long. Oh, it's all good. All part of the game. Is that 30? Yep. Buenissimo! Open up. Hog. Nice Spanish. Isn't that Italian? Is buenissimo Spanish? I thought bueno was Spanish. I thought buenissimo meant very good in Italian. Thanks for the good luck. Be safe. Oh, it also works in Spanish? I don't think I was aware of that. I don't think I knew that. Yeah, of course, yeah, they're both Romance languages. I know they're very closely related, but, oh, the difference is without the double S. Oh. Very interesting. Welcome, my dude. I am the Great Fairy of Magic. Ha 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 ha. Booba. I will give you a magic spell. Please take it. Tell me what to do. There's no butter. For Auror's Wind, you will when you use it, you will teleport. You'll set a warp point, and then when you use it again, you will teleport to the warp point. Or you can, yeah, you can also just spell the point. It's basically like a fast travel of sorts. Remember, you can use Pharaoh's Wind only in dungeons that have a dungeon map hidden inside. When battle has made you weird, go back to scene. Doom, 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 doom. How much do you guys use Aurora's Wind? I think I only ever use it once. I think I use it in the Fire Temple for easy access. I think just the Fire Temple. I don't think... maybe... I don't know. There might be somewhere else. I mean, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, obviously, but off the top of my head, I can only think of the Fire Temple. It's been so long since I played this. Memory says no. Here's the Fire Temple as well. We probably use it in the same spot. Inside Jabu Jabu's belly. When I was a kid, I had no idea that you could just leave this at any time. You can just walk out. It looks closed because his mouth is closed, but you can literally just leave whenever you want, which I was unaware of for a very long time. Oh, goodness me. You know what? Stop, Navi! Alright. That's that. Jabba Jabba's like, sure kid, you're delicious. I don't mind eating you again. I just like this dungeon the most. This is, yeah, this is one of those ones that isn't really even on the radar for me. Like, I feel like it's not very memorable. It's just kind of, I don't know, gross and freaky. Oh my gosh, there she is. We did it. We found her. Now we just go bring her back. You! Who are you? I like Dodongo. I like Dodongo's Cavern too. I am Rudo, Princess of the Zoras. You sure are. What? You saying my father asked you to come here to save me? I'd never ask anyone to do such a thing. Letter in a bottle? I have no idea what you're talking about. My father is worried about me? I don't care. Anyway, I can't go home right now. And you, get out of here, understand? What a jerk. Idea is great, but execution isn't good. Oh no! She's dead. Hi. For how complicated it looks, it's also just straight... it's not incredibly linear. Like you can diverge a little bit, but I mean it's one of the introduction dungeons, so yeah, it's mostly linear. Are you still hanging around here? I told you to go away. I'm okay. I've been going inside Lord Jabba Jabba's belly since I was little, but Lord Jabba Jabba is very strange today. There are electrified jellyfish and strange holes around. On top of that, my precious stone was... But that's none of your business. Anyway, you, go home now, understand? Don't tell me what to do. Yeah, this is just her playground. Hey King, your daughter fell in the stomach acid, sorry. You were that worried about me? Then I will give you the honor of carrying me. How nice. However, I won't leave until I find the thing I'm looking for. You better believe me. Excellent. At least she's a useful weapon. And she's gonna drown. Because she's a Zora. There she goes. I didn't think that through. I was supposed to have done it differently. Sorry. How inconsiderate. How could you leave me behind? If you're a man, act like one. Take responsibility. You're mean. Shigadoogadoo. These things are so annoying. Have fun. Really? Actually, I guess I can do this right now. Link. Trying my patience. Genuinely don't remember what... Deku Nuts? Yeah, Deku Nuts. Umbreon? Hopefully I've got... Well, if I don't have one from the original Gen 1, Gen 2 collection, then I can show you one from a different set. But yeah, we can make that happen. I can do that once this dungeon is complete. This switch, it doesn't look like you can press it down with your weight alone, my dude. Well, good thing I've got Rudo, who can help with that predicament. My favorite of the evolutions. Umbreon's a good choice. I think a lot of people like Umbreon. I watch 4 episodes of Pokemon every Sunday, and we're almost done with season 4. I only watched the very, very like original cartoon when it first came out, and what was that, the late 90s? We got the boomerang. Cool, man. But past that, I never watched it. Watched the movies, too. Umbreon is dope. Espeon is cool, too. I think my favorite is Vaporeon, personally. It's got a lot of mixed messages. The movies, you mean? I remember the original movie, the first movie. We're leaving her there because if I stepped off that switch, it would just come back up. Not bombs. This whole C-stick thing is super annoying. There we go. Movie and the anime shows. Mixed messages in the shows, you mean, as well. I always forget about Sylveon. I think Sylveon's another favorite of a lot of people's. We got the dungeon map. Oop, I went the wrong way. There's our map. How inconsiderate. How could you leave me behind? Yes, 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 I know. I'm sorry. The red slimy thing is gone. That must be because you cut the red tail. Will that work with the other ones too? Yes, Navi. Spoiler alert. Yes. We figured it out. Easy. Leafeon is cute. I didn't know it existed. I haven't seen the anime since Gen 2, since both first and second gen, but that was it. Yeah, I only ever watched the very original series. So I don't know much about anything beyond that. And I barely remember it. Excuse me? Can you... Link? Alright. Unconventional means. Yay. These hallways are pretty trippy. They actually, they move you as well. It's kind of funny, the disparity here. I'll starve your race to death. I'll give your big fish worms. That should be everything to do there. So if you stand, at least in certain ones, they move you, I think. Am I moving backwards? I should be, right? I don't know. It's pretty trippy. This level is like a Tool music video. Unfortunately, I don't know. I'm unaware of Tool music videos. Oh, Natalie, I wanted to... Hello? I wanted to ask you something that now I've forgotten, which is excellent. think it's that one there. Ouch. What? What the heck did I want to ask you? Oh, that's gonna drive me nuts now. Oh, I remember. I wanted to ask you if you played Cool Spot at all. Too well lit for that? This is something I'll probably talk more about when you get to Twilight Princess, but a lot of ways Twilight Princess feels like Ocarina of Time 2 to me. I could see that, yeah. I tried, but my Game Boy screen was faded. Oh no. Do you need somebody to make you a Game Boy? Decided whether to fix it or mod it. Well, if you need any tips, feel free to reach out. Tempted by the ladder? Yeah, I'm always here. Please, anytime you need anything, please just DM me. Don't worry about it. I'm more than happy to help out. That's it. That's what I've been looking for. Throw me up there onto the platform. Don't tell me what to do. Yeah, of course not. Princess Ruto got the spiritual stone. But why Princess Ruto? Because she told me to throw her up there, that's why. Oh my goodness, I finally found it, my mother's stone. I got very upset when Lord Jabba Jabba swallowed it. While I was feeding him, he suddenly swallowed me. I was so surprised I dropped it inside. But now that I found it, I don't need to be in here anymore. So take me home right now. Okay, will do. Surely nothing bad will happen when I try to approach you. Oh my god, something bad happened. Yeah, what is this, an octopus? Oops. There we go. Oh, come on. Got scammed. Oh. So he's supposed to be harder to beat than that, but like I told you guys about the Deku sticks, they do a lot of damage, so one shot kill. Do I have anything? No, I'll keep what I've got. Deku sticks are crazy. Ow. Stupid Octorok. I might as well take him out, I guess, while I'm down here. I'm so hungry I could eat an Octorok. Oh no, my elevator organ is in pain. Gold Scutilla Curse does not play around. Those things are widespread. Very true. Very true. Good point. Yes, Navi, I see it. Oh, whoa. Please target. Thank you. Of course. Still got me. Be quiet, Navi. Boo, 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 boo. Yay. There you are. How are you doing? Can I replenish anything while I'm in here? Nada. Next time I'm in town, I should grab some Baronade. Sounds refreshing. That's pretty good. He's like afraid to turn around and face her. You're late. What took you so long? You're useless. I'm useless? I was just lonely, that's all. Just a little. Oh, hello. You looked cool. Cooler than I thought you would anyway. Just a little. Well, anyway, you saved me, so I guess I'll reward you. What do you wish? Just tell me. I want the spiritual stone. You mean the spiritual stone of water, Zora's sapphire, don't you? My mother gave it to me and said I should give it only to the man who will be my husband. You might call it the Zora's engagement ring. Alright. Give you my most precious possession, Zora's sapphire. Cool! Still going at it, that's right. Welcome back, Tech. Just got the third one, the Zora's sapphire, her most precious possession. You don't know what she's talking about, but you finally collected all 3 spiritual stones. Go back to see Princess Zelda. Also, I think I'm engaged. Don't tell my father. Ruto's dad, she like proposed to me and stuff. Gave me a family heirloom. What did he say? Hold ZR. Oh, that's so much easier. Take Zora's sapphire. Wish to not be engaged to Princess Ruto. Poor Princess Ruto. She's not so bad. She's just, you know, not honest with herself, that's all. Being Lurking didn't know the Deku Stick was OP. It sure is. It's better than your Kokiri sword. As long as you're jump slashing with it. Even if you're not, it'll deal the same amount as a Kokiri sword, but if you jump slash, you can really kind of do some damage. She's not bad, just drawing that bit with that way. What's up, Sabonis? How you doing today? Good to see you. You're welcome, Jabu. I'm gonna do a little bit of fast travel. Two times a normal slash of a Kokiri sword, but if you're jump slashing with a Kokiri sword and slashing with a Deku Stick, they are equal, if I am not mistaken. But in any case, yes, Deku Sticks are weirdly more powerful. It is a big stick, that's true. Get a couple extras for the road. We have some unfinished business. And it is, yeah, it's like a dagger. It's barely a sword. We have some unfinished business here in the Deku Tree. In terms of something that we couldn't reach earlier. Or access. Come on, Link, you can do it. Oh, it's the other side. Neat. Honestly, I probably should have just done Furor's win when I entered the dungeon. I didn't really think about it. That way I wouldn't have to climb back up. Ah! I can get some quick refills. Excuse me. Oh, I could have done a couple other things there. Yo, welcome back, Gladius. Hope you had a decent work day. Ocarina of Time's going good. We just got the 3rd spiritual stone, so I'm going to be doing a little bit of collecting here and probably call it a day after that. Some decent progress. Oops, I didn't let the sun set before I entered the ranch. Work was alright, just rather be at home. Yeah, well, I think that's the case for most. Be quiet, Nabby. I'm busy. Yeah, Nintendo Switch Online. It's playing all right. You know, it's just the limitation of the controller, not using an N64 controller, but it plays just fine. Differences are negligible in terms of playing on a console. Notchless, not being able to use C buttons. I mean, my brother was nice enough. He popped in and said if you hold down ZR, you can use ABXY as the C button. So there's a little bit of getting used to that as well. But, you know, overall, it kind of feels like playing on the GameCube. Back in the day, it's, you know, it is what it is. It's not horrible, but it's not the best thing either. Those, like, micro movements are quite difficult. Like, micro adjustments. No face C buttons easily available is rough. Yeah. Uh, I mean, using the right control stick as, like, the C stick is annoying, so I'm trying to get used to using that combination that Nico talked about. Excuse me. Did I really miss? Awesome. Is it back here or no? Oh, was it in the other one? Move. There it is. Yeah, like doing that, playing the ocarina alone is so hard using the control stick. So I'm glad I know that little trick now. Oops. Link, please. Link, please. Hey. Oh shoot. Oh well. That's fine. Can I do it in time? No, he's nice. So annoying. I don't need that much magic. We're gonna do another fast travel here. Plus, I wanted to take care of something quickly in Kokiri Forest anyway. So we can do that. Save warp paw. It just makes things so much easier. Which way am I going? Not the right way. Yeah, it's so handy. Be quiet, Navi. Are there two soil locations in the forest? Oh, by the fourth stage down here? Oh no, wait, that's not it. We just came from there. Oh shoot, went the wrong way. It's straight, right? Work-related rant, whoever drew the territory lines for Michigan is a jerk. What do you do for work, Feature? Am I going... I can't remember where the forest stage is. Right, left, straight. Left? Oh no, did I make it? There we go. Go! No, be quiet. I don't want anything. There we go. Thank you, Caladius. I thought there were two. I already took care of it earlier for the Gold Scatola, but then my memory just broke. At the moment, I'm assigning data collectors to property condition report orders. That, doesn't sound like it's fun to do. I mean, I guess at least... I don't know, I guess you don't... You're just assigning, so you don't really have to worry about it, but, so how does the territory lines come into play? Is work supposed to be fun? Well, you got me there. I can actually purchase another one. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It can be as long as you don't get caught, true. Gimme. Hey. Hey, gimme. We have the legendary magic beans. I'll sell them only to you. Super price, 80 for one piece. Thanks, man. Super appreciated. Good thing you only need 2 beans. I'm considering this part of 100%. I already scammed my way to a heart piece. Well, two heart pieces. In case I screw this up. Is this not doable anymore? I thought this was the area that you could... Maybe it is the other one that I'm thinking of. No! I was trying to farce that one. I think I screwed it up. I'll do it with the other one. We doing glitches too? I saw you trying flame storage. Yeah, I can't remember flame storage. It's been so long since I've done it. Some of them I just like to show off. I'm not really using them for any, you know, sequence break or anything like that, but how was flame storage done? Because I cannot remember for the life of me. Some idiots decided it would be fun to live in a house in the middle of the Great Lakes? I didn't know that was possible. Ain't nobody going there to do the job. Sorry for the delay in answering. Oh yeah, no worries. You don't have to apologize for that. As soon as it lights, pull out another item. So it has nothing to do with jump attacking it. For some reason I had that in my head. Oops, I guess I should have... done this. Different method, but you have to jump slash with the sword from higher than the torch. Right, okay. So there was... I was probably crossing my wires a little bit there. Oops. But that method does actually exist. Really, Link? Quiet, Navi. Getting my lunch break. Alright, Sean, enjoy. They're not living on the water. There's Michigan land that goes out where the lakes meet. Oh, right, right. That's an interesting place for a home. What am I up to now? 43. I can still grab another one that we missed. Well, not missed, but couldn't obtain. The curse has been broken. Thank you. Here's a reward for you. Giant's Wallet. People love their islands and peninsulas. We've got to take a ferry to see them. That is annoying. The curse has been broken. Thank you. Here's a reward for you. Cool, bomb juice. Or an obnoxiously long drive, sure. How long is the ferry ride? For something like that. Depends where the island is. There's a lot of islands in Maine, Washington, and Oregon. And of course the Carolinas. I meant the one specifically in Michigan. I totally glossed over Macarena of crime until just now. You know what? Be quiet. With that switch on, the moving platform goes higher. Now you can quickly reach the second floor. You mean like I just did? You weirdo. Oh, no idea? Okay. I didn't know if you had the information. I don't think anybody told me about Michigan Ferries Fair. Oh, fine. 1 rupee is worth 1 of rupees. We usually just hear 1 fee for the whole job, not itemized. Fair. That makes sense. I forgot to do Pharaoh's Wind again. no controls. Link, please turn. Oh no! The drawbridge is closed. Oh no! Something's happening! Maybe the bridge guy was late today. Could have had a cold. Maybe. It's like the dream. It's like the dream. Oh no. What did you throw? It's him. Hey princess, nice throw. Oh, I lost her. Good for you. You over there, little kid. You must have seen a white horse gallop past just now. Which way did it go? Answer me. I don't know, dude. Leave me alone. I don't even know you, mister. So, you think you can protect them from me? You've got guts, kid. Hey. 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 You want a piece of me? Very funny. I like your attitude. Maybe he needs a hug. Ah, what's he doing? I'm dead. Hey, no fair. Pathetic little fool. You realize who you are dealing with? Yeah, I do actually. I'm Ganondorf, and soon I will rule the world. Yeah, if you say so, dude. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. He slightly pushed me over. I just got here, man. I don't know what's going on. You okay, buddy? You alright? What did Zelda throw into the water? You found the Ocarina of Time! This is the royal family's hidden treasure which Zelda left behind. It glows with a mystical light. Now you don't need that crappy ocarina that your best friend gave you. You can just throw that away.
My dude, can you hear me? It's me, Zelda. My dude, when you hold this ocarina in your hand, I won't be around anymore. I wanted to wait for you, but I couldn't delay any longer. At least I could leave you the ocarina and this melody.
Stoop doop 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 doop. You found a waterlogged ocarina. It doesn't work, but it looks pretty cool. Still, you should probably throw your friend's treasured heirloom away. No! This is so difficult. There we go. You have to hold the trigger, let go of the trigger. Doo-be-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. You've learned the Song of Time. Yeah, well, I forgot it already, so joke's on you. Shoo-ba-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Now, my dude, play this melody in front of the altar in the Temple of Time. You must protect the Triforce.
I'm gonna go on a mask hunt. You alright, Navi? Pretty easy to get ocarinas playing again after being waterlogged. Hello, sir. Hi, welcome to the Happy Mask Shop. We deal in masks that bring happiness to everyone. How would you like to be a happiness salesman? I'll lend you a mask. You sell the mask and bring the money back here. If you want to read the fine print, take a look at the sign right over there. After you've sold all the masks, you will become happy yourself. Have faith, if you say so. Let's take this. You borrowed a Keaton mask. Wear it with C to show it off. You'll be a popular guy with this mask on. Link, what is your... Just back up, dude. Just a fountain for a few moments in the interim. We're gonna see the dying guy. Oh yeah, I guess we could do that. It's Pikachu. Wahahaha, do you think you're in disguise, Mr. Hero? Oh? Is that a key something character mask? I heard he's very popular recently. He's my boy's favorite, that key something mask, if you don't mind. Will you sell it to me? Yeah. Oh gosh, how'd that happen? My boy will be very happy with this. You really are Mr. Hero. Wahahaha. You sold a 10 rupee mask for 15 rupees. You earned a little profit. Let's go to the mask shop and pay back the mask price of 10 rupees. Pog! We're rich! What is I'm a potato from? I do not know. Thought it was just a phrase. In, I want to say the German translation, if you wear the Keaton mask and talk to Zelda. How do you talk to Zelda with the Keaton mask on. She asks if it could be one of those pocket monsters. Oh, Link, what are you doing? Oh, so you would just, yeah, you would just grab it and then go back through the whole rigmarole.
Are you the boy from the forest? I finally met you. I have something to tell you. Ganondorf, the Gerudo King of Thieves, betrayed our king. Zelda's nanny, Impa, sensed danger and escaped from the castle with our princess. I've tried to stop Ganondorf's men from chasing them, but the princess was waiting for her boy from the forest. That's you. She wanted to give something to the boy. If you received it from the princess, hurry to the Temple of Time.
No, I'm gonna go on a mask quest. Oh, no. Oh, shoot, you alright, buddy? He's not moving anymore. Oh, no, should we do something about this, or... Well, that's the end of that. Breathe! You make trip back through the guards in the castle whenever. Yeah, I never really thought to do that. Have no idea why he's there, of all places. Oh, great, you sold it. Please pay back the 10 rupees for the Keaton mask now. Yeah, can I have the other mask? Which mask can I lend you? This one? The skull mask. Ooh, spooky. You feel like a monster while you wear this mask. Quick travel. No, not create. No. Reset. I don't like this guy. He scares me. Link. Please turn. Shoo doo 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 doo. Excuse me. Where hole? Where hole? There we go. First try. Forgot about this forest stage. All of the young Deku Scrub brothers agree you look exactly like our sacred forest totem. As an offering from us, please accept these Deku sticks. We will also enhance your carrying skills. Abracadabra! Alakazam! Thanks, dude. Deku Silk upgrade. Pog. Probably the most missed upgrade in the game. It's like impossible to find. It's ridiculous. Hee hee, under the mask. Aren't you that Kokiri kid? Quite an unusual mask you have there, hee hee. I like it. It may make me look a little bit tougher. Hey, why don't you give it to me? Okay. Yowza, I'm gonna wear this all the time. He gave you just 10 rupees for the 20 rupee mask. You lost money on that deal. Go back to the mask shop and pay 20 rupees for the mask. The difference will have to come out of your pocket. Oh no, what a jerk. Oh, my contact is bothering me. Anyone know if the Poacher's Saw prevents you from getting the Deku Nut upgrade later in this version? I have no idea. Shibbity beebity boo. Shibbity beebity beep. Open up. Hello, I'm back. Oh great, you sold it. Please pay me back the 20 rupees for the skull mask now. Payment received. Gimme. Which mask can I lend to you? Hello? This one, please. Spoopy mask. Where was he to show it off? You can scare many people with this mask. Do you think I can scare the mask salesman? Boo! Dee. Hey kid. Yeah, it's Dompe, the Gravekeeper. Oh, it's just a mask. I get a different kind of mask, a different kind of fright from the mask that I get from Dompe. Will you give that mask to me? With this mask, I'll be just like Dompe. Here's my money. You sold the 30 rupee mask to a kid for full price, and he didn't even mind paying at all. Let's go back to the mask shop and pay the 30 rupees for the mask. You can get the new mask model too. Yes, I can, can't I? Did I plant? Yes, I did. Okay. Oops. Wrong way. Oh great! You sold it. Please pay me back the 30 rupees for the spooky mask. Okay. Payment received. Yep. I don't know why you're telling me this. Can I? Can I? Can I? Can I please? Sir? Yes, just have faith, I know. We got the bunny hood. Abby? Enough. Doing a little bit of waiting around for somebody. Oh, is that him out there? I think I found him. There he is. Sir? How about you take a rest? How's that sound? Why don't you take a little rest? Sir? Take a rest. Do it. Oh, wow! Thanks, man!
I bet with those long ears you can hear the voices. Oh, those are genuine rabbit ears from the animal of legend.
I don't care how expensive it is. Please sell it to me. My long-time dream, returning to the wildlife, finally. The actor, stage, and prop have all been united. It's a 50 rupee mask, but he paid you a crazy amount of money for it. More money than you can count. Go back to the mask shop and pay just the 50 rupees back of this money. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Link, you can do it. Come on, back up. Oops. That dude was rich and now my dude is rich. True. Oh great, you sold it. Please pay me back the 50 rupees for the bunny hood now. Oh yeah. Very well done. All the masks are sold out. I knew I could trust you. As a reward, I will lend you this special mask. This is the Mask of Truth. It is a mysterious mask passed down by the Sheikah, rather. With this mask, you can see into other people's minds. It's useful but scary. Natalie, thank you so much for 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Going towards the Four Swords Adventures playthrough. You borrowed the Mask of Truth. Thank you so much, Natalie. From now on, you can borrow any mask you want. Just have faith. One more quick travel, I think. The Zora mask description irritated me so much. What does it say? I don't recall. You'll look cool wearing it while swimming. Swimming also unequips the masks. Do a backflip just for you, Polo. There you go. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I hope that backflip was sufficient. Sick, thanks. You are welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a nice day today. Thanks for stopping in. Let me in. The Goron one is funny though. If you wear it, one of the Gorons says something like, "You're very small. Have you been eating all your green rocks?" Hello, sir. I'm doing well, just asking for backflips. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're doing well. All my young Deku Scrub brothers say, you have a horrible face. How nice of you. But don't worry, we will reward you with many Deku Nuts. Of course, we will also enable you to carry more of them. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Thanks, dude. Pog, upgrade. Now I can hold up to 30 nuts. Oh wait, I'm gonna do backflip. Bam. Just for Polo. Shooby-doo, shooby-doo. Smack. Backflip. Oh gosh. 10 out of 10 would flip again. Link, you alright? Alright, our mask quest is finally over. Backflip. Link, straighten out. Abby, be quiet. Uh-oh. I see Natalie online. Oh no. What do? Is that 10 hearts? That's a cool number. Thanks. There are 3 hollows and an inscription here. Ye who owns 3 spiritual stones, stand with the Ocarina of Time and play the Song of Time. That is how the inscription reads. Okay, well. Check back next week, it'll be 10 plus 10. Now, this might take me more than 2 weeks to do 100%. At least Phi, isn't this annoying? I think Phi is the most annoying. She always gives you an analysis of what you have already learned. I can't stand Phi. She was like in my opinion, the worst companion. Yeah, I could not stand Phi. It drove me nuts. Yeah, Navi doesn't really hard stop you ever, which is nice. Like it's pretty much optional just to talk with her. First vine and first door. My dude, isn't that? What is it? I can't see. Ah! It's a sword! She loves to dance, she does. It's that legendary blade. The Master Sword. Cool! Pog. Alright, well, let's leave it. Well, I guess we shouldn't touch this. It's not our property. Oh, you want me to grab? Oh my gosh! What's happening? Oh no! I've awakened Ganondorf. Excellent work. As I thought, you are the keys to the door of time. You have led me to the gates of the sacred realm. Yes, I owe it all to you, kid. Okay, you're welcome. Ha 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 ha. I used an AI voice when I read Fi's lines. Fee, Fi. Fo, fum. My dude, wake up. My dude, the chosen one. Raru? Navi enables ISG. Yeah, that's true. Fi just breaks TVs. Yeah, infant sword glitch. It's a little glitch you can do in Ocarina. I just want to point out this wouldn't have happened if we let the Gorons eat the ruby. Yeah, that's, you know what? You're not wrong. I don't know what kind of voice to give Raru. I mean, canonically, I guess spoilers, but he and Kaepora are the same, so... I am Raru, one of the ancient sages, I tell you what. Ages ago, we ancient sages built the Temple of Time to protect the entrance to the sacred realm. This is the Chamber of Sages, inside the Temple of Light. The Temple of Light, situated in the very center of the sacred realm, is the last stronghold against Ganondorf's evil forces. The Master Sword, the evil, destroying sword that you pulled out of the pedestal of time, was the final key to the sacred realm. Bobby, my dude, don't be alarmed. Look at yourself. I'm looking. Oh my god! What happened? What happened? All I did was... It took... How long did it take me to pull that sword? Gotta run out for dinner. Thank you for the lurk. Gladius, enjoy your dinner. Look, my dude, you're big now. You've grown up. The Master Sword is a sacred blade which evil ones may never touch. I think that was Navi saying that. I don't know. I was reading it in the wrong voice. Only one worthy of the title of Hero of Time can pull it from the pedestal of time. However, you were too young to be the Hero of Time. Therefore, your spirit... Oh gosh. Your spirit was sealed here for 7 years, I tell you what. And now that you are old enough, the time has come for you to awaken as the Hero of Time. Well, do you understand your destiny? Yep. But remember, though you open the door of time in the name of peace, Ganondorf, the Gerudo King of Thieves, used it to enter his forbidden sacred realm. He obtained the Triforce from the Temple of Light, and with its power he became the King of Evil, King of the Hill. His evil power radiated from the temples of Hyrule, and in 7 short years it transformed Hyrule into a world of monsters. My power has only little influence. Excuse me. Even in this sacred realm. Namely, this Chamber of Sages. But there is still hope. The power of sages remains. When the power of all the sages is awakened, the sages' seals will contain all the evil power in the void of the realm. I, Raru, am one of the sages, and your power to fight together with the sages makes you the Hero of Time! The Hero of Time chosen by the Master Sword. Keep my spirit with you, and find the power of the other sages, and add their might to your own. Alright, buddy. I'll do so. Now you're wearing leggings. Goddess have peculiar fashion sense, yeah. Yeah, we didn't, I don't remember having those when we pulled the sword out. You received the light medallion, Raru. The sage adds his power to yours. Hooray! Find the other sages and save Hyrule. Cool. Temple of Time. So we aged 7 years in just a couple moments. I'm a big boy. My dude, we're back in the Temple of Time. But have 7 years really passed? Looks like you won't be able to use some of the weapons you found as a kid anymore. Let's get out of here. Yes, we all know that the slingshot and the boomerang are specifically for children and completely unusable by adults. Hello? Who are you? You skipped puberty, hooray! I've been waiting for you, hero of time. When evil rules all, an awakening voice from the sacred realm will call those destined to be sages who dwell in the 5 temples. One in a deep forest, one on a high mountain, one under a vast lake, one within the house of the dead, one inside a goddess of the sand. Together with the hero of time, the awakened ones will bind the evil and return the light of peace to the world. This is the legend of the temples passed down by my people, the Sheikah. I am Sheik, survivor of the Sheikahs. As I see you standing there holding the mythical Master Sword, you really do look like the legendary hero of time. If you believe the legend, you have no choice. You must look for the 5 temples and awaken the 5 sages. One sage is waiting for the time of awakening in the forest temple. The sage is a girl I'm sure you know. Because of the evil power in the temple, she cannot hear the awakening call from the sacred realm. Unfortunately, equipped as you currently are, you cannot even enter the temple. But if you believe what I'm saying, you should head to Kakarika Village. Do you understand, my dude? Yeah, I do. That's going to be a great breaking point. We're going to call the stream there. And we will continue next Tuesday. So we've made quite a bit of progress so far. 44 Skulltulas, a bunch of heart pieces already. And everything we should have at this point we've got. So far so good. Neat. Thank you guys for joining today. Thank you for the follows, raids, bits, subs, lurks, chats, anything. I really do appreciate it a lot. I will see you guys tomorrow for speedrunning. Most likely. If anything changes, I'll let you guys know in the Discord. And next Tuesday, we'll be back, of course, with more Ocarina of Time. So hopefully you guys enjoyed. And I hope you all have a nice rest of your day. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate it a lot. And I'll see you soon, hopefully. Bye, guys. Bye.